Thing. Probably should actually start posting that, like, before I start streaming, but whatever. Yay. Let's see. Right back into it. So, recap. Last time, Edgeworth murdered a dude. No, you know, that's what everyone's saying, at least. We don't know if that's true. You know, so far we've done some investigating, haven't really found any clues. Talked to one Lotta Hart, who was not impressed with our big city ways, and decided to go to the police department to, you know, to become a witness and hopefully appear in a case, because she was all excited about that. We did learn the identity of the victim, or at least Maya knows where she saw him before, from the office of Grossberg. And Gumshoe has helped us out a little bit, but you know, all he's really been able to do is say that he truly believes in Edgeworth, and he's given us an autopsy report. But it's time to go see what Grossberg has to say. That old familiar clearing of the throat. Aha, you're Mia's something, are you not? I was her understudy. Yes, Phoenix Wright. Aha! And you're Mia's something, are you not? Her little sister, yes. You've grown. You've come to look a lot like your sister, you know? It takes me back. The days of my youth, like the scent of fresh lemon, you see? Mr. Grossberg, sir? Yes. I beg your pardon. Of course, you came here to discuss something. What is it, then? Something the matter? He never got the painting back. That's kind of weird. I guess he didn't want that. Oh, hey, we can ask him about it. Mr. Grossberg, whatever happened to that painting? Oh, yes. I do not think it shall ever be coming back home to this office. I can't exactly claim it as stolen. I suppose it's my just desserts. Old, bitter desserts. There was a murder last night. A murder? You haven't heard? I just got up, you see. Well, Miles Edgeworth shot someone with a pistol. Edgeworth? What? Who? Well, the identity of the victim is still unknown. This is terrible news indeed. I guess he hadn't heard anything. Let's see. Did you know I'm an attorney? Let's see. Strange. I feel as though I've seen this man somewhere before. Ah! Did you remember? He was a lawyer, here in my office. That's Hammond, Robert Hammond. Mr. Hammond? And you say this is the man Miles Edgeworth shot? Yeah. So this is the moment the crime took place, eh? Yes. You can't really say for sure that's Edgeworth. I'm not sure whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm not sure at all. My apologies. I'm not sure I can help you with that. So, this camera on the lake takes a photo whenever it hears an explosion sound. That's what she said. And it just happened to be set up on the beach, pointing out on the lake? Yes, she said it was to photograph shooting stars. Shooting stars? Explosions? What's the connection? I'd be suspicious of this witness of yours. That's what I've been saying. Well, that's all the evidence we have. Who is this Hammond guy, anyway? Mr. Hammond. He was the defense attorney in that case. That case? Yes, the DL6 incident. DL6? Why does that sound so familiar? Phoenix, it's only been a few months. Perhaps you remember? I'm sure someone mentioned it during the trial for Mia's murder. Dude! That was the incident where the police were so at a loss they used a spirit medium. Wait, you don't mean... Was that medium my mother? Yes, my dear. The spirit medium, Misty Fey, your mother, contacted the spirit of the victim, but the case was a loss. No conviction was made. The DL6 incident, yes. Happened 15 years ago. A very strange case indeed. They never caught the criminal. They never caught the criminal, right? Correct. Misty Fey used her powers to talk to the spirit of the lake victim. Her testimony led to charges being laid against one man. But Mr. Hammond won the case, and the suspect was declared innocent. And the police blamed my mother, calling her a fraud. You were the one who helped her out then, right, Mr. Grossberg? Yes, quite. Thank you. No, please, don't mention it. DL6. Thought I'd hear that name again. But wait, what does that case have to do with anything? What does that case have anything to do with Mr. Edgeworth? Weird sentence. It has everything to do with Mr. Edgeworth, my dear. The victim in the DL6 incident was none other than his father, Gregory Edgeworth. What? His father? If you want to know more, you should ask him yourself. Show him this. I'm sure he'll talk to you. Wait. This is a photograph of my mother. Misty Fey, mother of Mia and Maya Fey. Show this photograph to Miles Edgeworth. He'll have something to say to you then. Hey, Brogan. Let's see if Edgeworth is actually going to talk to us. He wasn't too happy to do that last time. What's this? I was hoping you'd gotten my message the first time. Edgeworth, what about your defense? So no concern to yours. He hasn't found anyone yet. Can I ask you about the murder? Right. I'll ask you again, just leave me alone. Please try to understand. I'm not doing this to prove I'm tough, or because I look down on you. I just don't want you anywhere near this case, understand? Edgeworth is really defensive of Phoenix, like geez. Why did you go to Gourd Lake? I have no intention of telling you. Nor apparently would you talk to Detective Gumshoe. Detective Gumshoe was really worried about you. I'll show him all the evidence I have. Okay. I'm sorry. I can't think of anything I want to say about that. Who would have thought there'd be a photo? Edgeworth, did you shoot him? What do you think, Wright? I don't think you're the kind to point a gun at anyone, no. So you didn't shoot him? No, I didn't. It wasn't me. Okay. Doesn't care about Gordy at all. Edgeworth? It's only been a matter of hours since you last visited. You've made incredible progress in your investigation. I'll admit it, I'm impressed, Wright? You were always single-minded in your work, though. Once you start on something, you always see it through, don't you? About the DL6 incident. Right, DL6. I didn't want you to find out about it. That is why I refused your offer to defend me. I'm sorry if it sounded like I thought you weren't up to the job. Edgeworth, we already knew about that. I just wanted to keep you away from DL6. So, do you still think it would have been better for me to stay away? I don't know. But I see no point in hiding anything from you now. Very well. Ask whatever you like, and I will answer to the best of my abilities. The DL6 incident was when my father died. Right before my eyes, he was shot and killed, and I saw it all. My memories from that time are foggy. I suppose it's a self-defense mechanism. In any case, a suspect was arrested. A man. It's pretty clear he was the only one who could have killed my father. The spirit medium they used to talk to my late father said the same thing. It was an attorney by the name of Robert Hammond that cleared the suspect's name. And Hammond is the victim in the Gourd Lake murder? Correct. That spirit medium was my mom. What? You mean you're... It's strange. I thought that terrible incident was about to end, and now this. About to end? The DL6 incident happened 15 years ago. 15 years ago, on December 28th. December 28th? The statute of limitations on the case runs out in 3 days. Oh, how convenient. What? Nick, what does that mean? When a case's statute of limitations runs out, legally, the case never happened. Well, no, it still happened, it just can't be charged for anything. 3 days from now, DL6 will be closed. Forever. I'm guessing double jeopardy also isn't in play here. What happened to the suspect? The one who got off innocent? I don't know. He disappeared from public view. Nobody knows where to. If he's still alive, he'd be about 50 years old now. Guess I can understand why he'd go into hiding. It'd be hard to live a normal life after being a murder suspect in such a big case. So was your father a lawyer? He was. Gregory Edgeworth. He was quite famous at the time, apparently. So you were sort of trying to follow in his footsteps? I'd rather not talk about it. Right. It pains me to ask you this now, I know. You want us to defend you. Yes. Will you? Fuck yeah, boy. Who could have guessed this day would come? Not me. This is my chance to finally pay you back. Pay him back? Pay me back? For what? I don't remember ever doing anything for you. Never mind. I guess you don't really need to know. My letter of request. Please give it to Detective Gumshoe. Well, no, Sprawl, we are paying Edgeworth back, so he doesn't have to pay us. What's that? Earthquake! Nick! It's a big one! Ah! It's calming down. Ew, well, that was scary. Huh? Where's Edgeworth? What, did a sinkhole eat him? There. He's on the floor in a ball, shivering. Guess he doesn't do so well with earthquakes. I've heard of running, but curling up in a ball? Well, I guess we're done. Mr. Edgeworth doesn't seem like he's going to stand up anytime soon. Let's go, Nick. Right. We have to give Edgeworth's letter of request to Detective Gumshoe. Poor Edgeworth. Words I did not imagine I would say when we first met him. What's going on here? What's wrong, Detective? This wild lady comes in here just a while ago. Says she came to talk to y'all after hearing what Mr. Wright had to say. What's this all about, pal? A lot of hearts. Why are you going around finding more witnesses? You want to give Mr. Edgeworth a death sentence, pal? No, not at all. I mean, she did see something. There's nothing I can do about that. I can't go around covering up evidence. You trying to say something about the way I do my job? No, sir. Gumshoe, are you covering up evidence? So, what did Miss Hartz have to say? She says she saw Mr. Edgeworth fire the pistol. What? She even had a photograph to prove it. Right. I saw it too. But you really can't tell from the photo who it is shooting. That's why she said she's going to enlarge the photo. She said it'll drop the quality a mite, but should let us see who's who. She can do that? Okay, so there's going to be an enlarged photograph that shows Edgeworth in the act. Great. Just great. In any case, she's going to be the one testifying tomorrow. Huh? What happened to the other witness? Well, apparently there was a cancellation. A cancellation? I didn't think you could do that as a witness. Oh, I'm not going to testify today. I've got too much work to do. I'm afraid tomorrow is going to be life or death for poor Edgeworth. We got a witness who says she saw the very moment of the murder. And we got a photo taken when the shot rang out. I'd say that sounds like a pretty unwinnable case. But wait, what did Mia used to say? If he's innocent, there's got to be something I've overlooked. It sounds like Mr. Edgeworth is going to ask the state to assign a public defender. I was just asked to file the paperwork. But you still got time, pal. Go talk to him again, for me, please. You have to convince him. You have to make him let you defend him, please. I know you're the only one who can do it, pal. You're the only one who could save Mr. Edgeworth. Jill, I've already talked to him, dude. Look. Look what I got. Hey, you did it, pal. Glad I waited till the last minute to file those papers. I'll rip them up and start new ones for you. Thanks, Detective. Well, see you in court tomorrow, then. Good luck, pal. Hey, you guys feel that earthquake a little while back? I was worried. Worried? We're fine. I've lived out here my whole life. I'm pretty used to them by now. Oh, I wasn't worried about you two. I was worried about Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, right. He did seem to overreact a little, now that you mention it. Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. It was a pretty big quake. I'm gonna go check up on him. You two go eat and get your rest for tomorrow's trial. Later. Wonder what it was with Mr. Edgeworth and earthquakes. I wonder. He was never that scared of them when he was in school. And again, I was only in the same class as him for 4th grade. He transferred to another school after that. Wonder what happened to Edgeworth. I can't say I've had too much experience with earthquakes myself. Like, I live in a pretty stable area. Like, we did have one weird one a while back. Like, the earthquake started in Georgia and was, like, really low intensity, but it managed to travel a long way. So that even I felt it even in my room. Oh yeah, hurricanes are what I'm used to dealing with. East Coast, woo. That's right, Manfred von Karma. He's the best prosecutor there is. He hasn't lost a case in his 40-year career. He is a god of prosecution rights, a god. Not a single case? He'll do anything to get a guilty verdict. Anything. Sounds like someone else I know, Edgeworth. You don't understand. I mean he'll really do anything. Manfred von Karma is a man to be feared. It's quite a claim coming from someone who forges evidence. He taught me what it really means to prosecute. What? Just picture a prosecutor as vicious as me, multiplied by a factor of 10. So he was your teacher then, Mr. Edgeworth? Something like that. And now he's trying to get you found guilty? What a creep. Oh wait, maybe he's planning on losing on purpose to help you out. Not a chance. He hasn't lost once in his 40 years. 40 years. He's as ruthless as me times 20. Didn't you just say times 10? It's pretty ruthless. Like I said, he's a god among prosecutors. I guess that's something like Mia was to me. Speaking of Mia... Maya? Huh? We could really be using Mia's help right now, don't you think? Oh. I can't. Sorry. I tried. I really tried, but I couldn't reach. You couldn't reach? I think it's because I haven't been training. My powers are weak again. Oh man, bad timing. I'm really sorry. I'll try my best. I hope so. What are you whispering about? Oh, it's nothing. You're just trying to get a little bit of spiritual help here. Well, it's time. Let's head in. Damn, we really should have found that waterfall for her to stand under. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Miles Edgeworth. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Mr. von Karma, is the prosecution ready? Fool. You seriously think that I would stand here and were I not completely prepared? Right, my apologies. He's even got the judge scared. Very well, your opening statement, please. Decisive evidence. A decisive witness. What else could possibly be required? Nothing, of course. That should be fine. The prosecution may call its first witness. What's with this guy? Is he royalty or something? How am I supposed to fight against this? I call the detective in charge of this case, Detective Dick Gumshoe. Okay, Gumshoe's first. Let's see how this goes. Describe the incident now. Yes, sir. Detective Gumshoe looks nervous. Please take a look at the map. The murder happened late Christmas Eve, around midnight. There was one boat in the very middle of the lake. There were two men on the boat. Now, there happened to be a woman camping here, on the edge of the lake, where it says no camping. At 12:10 a.m., she heard two pistol shots. Then the boat started to move. It went towards the boat rental shop. Testify to the court about your arrest, now. Wait, Mr. Von Karma. Yes. Actually, I'm the one that's supposed to be handling these proceedings. Wrong. There is only one thing you need to do here. You will slam down your gavel and say the word guilty. That is your role. Yes, of course. You're quite right. Oh, he's not. This judge just did not want to get out of bed. He doesn't even know why he's here. A man called in the station around 30 minutes after midnight. We headed to the scene of the crime as fast as we could. That's where we found Mr. Edgeworth. Now, I didn't suspect him of anything at all, but the next morning a body was found in the lake, so we had to arrest Mr. Edgeworth. I see. Very well. Begin your cross-examination, attorney, now. Judge is just gonna pack up and go home. He's not needed here. Okay, so time to start the pressing. You received a call from a man? Yep. But you said there was a woman camping there. She was the one who heard the 2 gunshots, right? Oh my god, he's so deep. Like, he literally sounds like a monster. That woman and the man called in the report are 2 different people, obviously. Different people? There were 2 witnesses. Their testimonies were quite similar, however. Today, I've summoned the woman who was camping. The woman who was camping. A lot of heart. What happened next, detective? We headed to the scene of crime as fast as we could. How long was it between receiving the report and your arrival at the lake? Well, I'd say it was about 3 minutes. It's a fast mustering, dude. That's pretty fast. Our motto for the month is, get there quick. Detective, you will refrain from casually revealing department secrets. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Do that, and you'll be able to look forward to your next salary review. So much to look forward to these days. This is no time for daydreaming. Continue. Yes, sir. So mean. That's where we found Mr. Edgeworth. What was Mr. Edgeworth like when you saw him then? Well, from what we saw, he looked pretty relaxed. Not like a murderer at all, really. Detective, the report requires the facts, not your opinion. How many years have you been on the force? Facts only, detective. Hard, cold, objective facts. Yes, sir. Man, he's got his share of objections. Now, I didn't suspect him of anything at all. Why didn't you think he was suspicious? You should know. We have a deep, trusting relationship with the prosecutors. Detective, the court isn't interested in your musings. Deep, trusting, poppycock. I've never heard so many flippant comments from an active detective on the force. Detective Gumshoe doesn't look so good. Continue, now. I feel like he should be voiced by Alan Rickman. But, like, Alan Rickman doing, Hans Gruber. Did you find any clues on the body? A single bullet was recovered from the body. He was shot through the heart, fatally. Judge, here's the bullet. It didn't strike bone, so its shape is well preserved. Very well, the court accepts this bullet into evidence. Hey, I got something. Cool. So, we had to arrest Mr. Edgeworth. Why is that? Well, we found the murder weapon in the boat. The murder weapon? Pistol. Detective Gumshoe, that is a vital piece of evidence. Vital piece of information. Please revise your testimony. Right, sorry, Your Honor. The murder weapon we found in the boat was decisive evidence. What about the pistol made it decisive evidence? Oh, he has the same evil laugh as Edgeworth. It's not a laugh. There were fingerprints on the pistol found in the boat. They were clear prints from Mr. Edgeworth's right hand. What?
Order! Order! So Mr. Edgeworth's fingerprints were found on the murder weapon?
Yes, Your Honor. Judge, this is the weapon in question.
Accepted into evidence.
Okay, so cool. Well, we got the bullet, we got the pistol. Now we just need to find the location, and we can say who did it. Well, no, we need to figure out who. We now have the pistol used in the murder and the bullet found in the body. Detective? Yes, sir. Was the bullet found in the body fired from this pistol? Yes. The ballistic markings on the bullet match the pistol. Nick, what does he mean, ballistic markings? Shocking! To imagine someone here does not know something as basic as ballistic markings. Nick, he's glaring at me. Very well, I'll explain. Actually, Judge, you do it.
Me? Ballistic markings are like the fingerprints of a gun. The barrel leaves distinctive marks on each bullet it fires. You can examine these ballistic fingerprints to see which gun fired the shot. It's quite accurate.
Indeed. This leads to one inevitable conclusion. The bullet found in the victim's heart was, without a doubt, fired from this pistol. This pistol, which, as you may recall, was covered with the defendant's own fingerprints.
Order! Order!
This is bad. This makes it look like Edgeworth did it. Well, Judge?
I'd say it's almost decisive, yes. Honestly, I could declare a verdict at this point. However...
You wish to hear the witness speak, no doubt. Very well. I am somewhat fatigued, and so I will take a brief break. I will call my witness after the recess, which will last 10 minutes. Judge?
Yes?
What are you doing? A 10-minute recess, now.
But wait,
Just bang your flimsy gavel and get on with it, man.
Yes. This court will take a 10-minute recess.
Who's running this court anyway? Poor Judge. Yeah, this is Edgeworth's teacher. Edgeworth, what's going on here? Your fingerprints were on the murder weapon. That foggy photo makes one thing clear. The only one who could have shot that man in the Wait. I think I'm remembering. You know, it was yesterday, but I'm pretty sure Edgeworth was holding the pistol in his left hand. Or maybe it was his right. Fuck, I don't remember now. The only one who could have shot that man was the person in the photo. True. Was that you in the boat? Yes, it was me. What? But you must believe me, I didn't shoot him. And who did? I don't know. You don't know? Were you right there? I heard a gunshot from very close by. Then the other man fell from the boat. I can't say why, but I thought at the time that he had shot himself. You mean it was a suicide? That's the only explanation I can come up with. Huh. How am I going to convince anyone of that? Say Maya. Huh? What? Any progress with Mia? Oh. Sorry, it's no good. Ugh. I know. No good for anything, am I, Nick? If I can't call my sister, I might as well not even be here, right? Yeah, you're fucking useless. Don't even know why I brought you along. No, you're my buddy, you're my partner. Of course not, I need you here. I can see you're always trying to help out. Even if you don't actually help, It's the thought that counts, right? Everyone needs a cheerleader. It's okay, Nick. You don't have to make me feel better. I don't know anything about trials or defense. Hell, I haven't even gone to law school. What's more, I'm a spirit medium who can't even contact spirits. Oh, everyone has their off days. I mean, I've just been getting lucky lately. But you never know when my luck is gonna run out. Really? Whoa, Wright! Don't jinx this case any worse than it already is. It's bad for my heart. Oh, sorry. Oops.
Court is back in session. Mr. Von Karma, call your witness.
Yes. Will Miss Lotta Hart take the stand? Lotta Hart, you are a research student at a university. That I am. Good. Begin by telling us what you saw the night of the incident. And don't add anything trivial or subjective. Understand? Y'all need to learn some manners. Understand? Yeah, I understand.
Very well. Your testimony, please.
It was Christmas Eve, just after midnight, I reckon. I was in my car. I heard this bang come up from the lake. When I looked out the window, I saw two gents in a boat. There was another bang. There wasn't nary a thing on the lake but that boat. Wait, two bangs? Two? There was only one bullet recovered. Enough. Huh? Judge, she happened to take a photo of the incident. This is that photo, accepted as evidence.
Well, this is a surprise. This looks like the very moment of the murder. Order. I will remove you from the court if I do not have order immediately.
As the witness testified, she looked at the lake when she heard the shot. There were no other boats on that lake, so the man in the boat with the victim must have been the one who shot him. Yes, it was the defendant, Miles Edgeworth.
Order, order, order. I will have order.
Well, Judge?
The evidence is decisive. I have very little doubt about this case. Very well. This court finds the defendant...
Whoa. Wait, Your Honor. I haven't cross-examined the witness yet. Cross-examination? We have photographic proof. What question can there possibly be? This photo is worth 1,000 words, and they all read guilty. You lose. Or, do you claim to have found a contradiction in her testimony? Yeah. She heard two bangs. Very well, if you have to, you may cross-examine the witness. You will only flounder and ask meaningless questions. You will fail to find anything. And then, I will have you held in contempt of court. Nick? Contempt? Contempt of court, you know. I guess I understand. Well, what are you gonna do? Do you really think there was a contradiction with the facts in her testimony? Yeah. I think I noticed one little thing. Wow, I'm impressed, Nick. I didn't notice anything. Right, let's take him on. Yeah, got a bad feeling about this. I understand. I will cross-examine the witness.
Very well. I pray for your sake this isn't a waste of time.
It was Christmas Eve, just after midnight. Yeah, that's roughly what we got, 12:10 p.m. Or 12:10 a.m. Just after midnight, you say? In other words, it was no longer Christmas Eve, but Christmas Day. Huh? Yeah, well, yes.
Objection. I know you want to find contradictions, but really... I hope your next contradiction is a little more relevant to the trial. Witness, continue testimony.
I was in my car. Why were you camping there anyway? I'm a research student at my university. I was taking pictures to use in my research. What research? This all sounds suspicious. Miss Hart, could you be more specific about your research? What does the witness's motive in camping by the lake have to do with this case? The answer is nothing. I object to this line of questioning. Objection sustained.
Wait now, I'm the one who says that.
Well then say it already!
Objection sustained.
Thanks for nothing, Your Honor. I heard this bang coming from the lake. Now, that was the first bang. So you weren't looking at the lake at the time? Nope. I looked after I heard the noise. She said that already. I asked you to find contradictions, not leisurely chat with the witness. When I looked out the window, I saw two gents in a boat. Could you clearly see the two men? Just look at the picture. Clear enough for you? Uh-oh. No, it's not clear. Wait a second. I wasn't asking about the photo. I was asking if you saw the two men. Yeah, well, of course. The witness has testified that she saw them. There's also a photo. You'd best look elsewhere for your precious contradictions. He jumped in quick. He's hiding something. Then there was another bang. Yeah, that's the contradiction. Were you watching the very moment the shot rang out? Well, yeah, sure. You're asking meaningless questions. Meaningless! Contradictions, Mr. Wright, not meaningless babble. Karma. I think I hate you. He's trying to keep me from talking to the witness. To what end? There was a nary thing on the lake but that boat. Are you sure about that? Yeah, sure as a country gal can be. Sounds pretty sure. How come you're so sure? Well, heck, I scanned the whole lake. Scanned the whole lake? It almost sounds like she was more interested in the lake than the boat. Miss Hart, you... Mr. Wright, the witness has answered the question in full. No need for further questions. Objection sustained.
That's what I'm...
Sustained?
Yes, of course.
Oh, great.
Enough. I think we've heard all we need to hear, Mr. Wright. Seems you are unable to find a contradiction in the testimony worth noting.
But, Your Honor... You keep your promise.
Mr. Wright, I'm afraid that I will have to penalize any further outbursts by holding you of contempt of court.
And if that happens, you'll have to leave the courtroom immediately. Understood? Ick. Lotta's testimony is fishy, Nick. Real fishy. It's almost like she was looking for a fish. I know what you mean, but I can't say anything. What can I do?
I believe we covered the evidence sufficiently to make a decision.
Then pass your judgment.
Very well. Mr. Miles Edgeworth, please take the stand. Who was that?
It was me.
Is something wrong? Do you need to use the facilities?
No, I do not. Lotta Hart, your testimony stinks. It's unclear whether you were actually looking at the lake. It's highly doubtful that you actually saw Mr. Edgeworth. Tell us the truth. This is a matter of life or death. Lotta, did you really clearly see Mr. Edgeworth that night? Did you see him fire that pistol?
You will stand down. The court does not acknowledge the defense's outburst.
Answer me, Lotta. What's the big idea? Treat me like some kind of criminal. I saw him. I swear it. I saw Edgeworth.
Enough.
Judge, declare the defense in contempt of court.
Yes. Yes, of course. I'm sorry, but you were warned. Guard, escort Mr. Wright out of the courtroom. He is in contempt of court and must leave.
Oh. No. Wait. I was the one who made the outburst, Your Honor. Nick is innocent. Ha! What's the difference? All that remains is for the guilty verdict to be declared. Isn't that right, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Wrong. What? Did you hear what Miss Hart just said? She said she clearly saw Mr. Edgeworth. That was not in the testimony. That changes her testimony, and I have a right to cross-examine her again.
Order, 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 order.
You're in contempt of court. It's too late for wild claims. Judge, sustain my objection.
I'm sorry, Mr. Von Karma, but I cannot.
What?
Miss Lana Hart has made a new testimony. The defense does have a right to cross-examine her again.
But he's in contempt of court. No, I am. You're going to arrest someone, arrest me.
Very well. Maya Fey, you will leave the courtroom immediately.
Nick, did what I could. You have to do the rest. Look. Maya. Damn. 16 years old and she's already gone to jail twice. I know she's not actually going to jail, but she has got a huge criminal record already. I care not for this melodrama. Listen well, Mr. Wright. I do not tolerate badgering of my witnesses. Running out of time. Oh, right, she is 17. Better find a contradiction here or else.
Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination.
Okay. Saw it clear as day. The man on the boat was Mr. Edgeworth. Well, what about the other man? You cannot expect to be allowed to blithely ignore your promise, Mr. Wright. I believe you claimed there was a contradiction in the witness's testimony. Well, find it, if you can.
Mr. Wright, I have to assign you a penalty.
Shit. Okay, so I cannot... What am I to say? Yeah, so I cannot just press. That's it? Uh-oh. I don't know if I can find anything in that. What am I to say? Okay, so... Saw it clear as day. The man on the boat was Mr. Edgeworth. Okay. So... You know, she couldn't have seen it clearly. You know, the photo was foggy as hell. The boat was around the middle of the lake, kind of a triangle. Just a bullet and pistol. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the photo. So, you know, the only thing we're talking about right now is who was on the boat. Gotcha. Got you, Miss Hart. Finally. What? You got what? Look at this photo. The photo I took? The very same. There's something I want you to see in this photo. It's quite clearly visible. The fog, Miss Hart. So? This picture was taken with professional, high-quality film, correct? Yet even it could not capture the faces of the men on the boat. Yet you claim you saw Mr. Edgeworth. How? What? What?
Mr. Wright has a point.
That's why I told her not to say that in her testimony. Please! Yet now she has said it, Mr. Von Karma. How could you possibly see Mr. Edgeworth? Explain yourself.
Miss Hart?
What?
Could you see the defendant that night?
Of course. I said I could, and I meant I could.
Then please testify as to the circumstances of your sighting.
Did it. Finally found a hole in Von Karma's carefully vague testimony. I was about to say Vogue, because I was seeing Vaughn too. You're right. It was a cold night and the fog was thick as grits. So once I was finished setting up my camera, I got back in my car. Still, I brought my binoculars with me. When I heard that noise out in the lake, I looked with my binoculars. See? No problem.
You use binoculars. Very well. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
This one better be good. Okay, am I gonna get penalized if I press on this statement? The mist was thick as grits. So, how could you see Edgeworth? Now just you hold your horses for a sec. You hasty Yankee taps never find a gal where I'm from.
Defense attorneys have trouble with that, as is.
Oh, poor Phoenix. Back in my car. Your camera? Yeah, it's gone automatic.
The issue we are concerned with is Miss Hart seeing Mr. Edgeworth.
The camera has nothing to do with this at all.
Objection sustained.
It's not letting her answer any of my questions. Binoculars. Yeah, binoculars. Yesterday, you mentioned that you were out looking for shooting stars, correct? Well, yeah. Wouldn't you need a telescope, not binoculars for that? Got doubts about your camera, too. Was that really to take pictures of meteor showers? The camera is irrelevant to this case. You can't say that for certain.
Mr. Wright, is the camera really relevant to this case? If you believe it is, you may continue with this line of questioning.
But know this. If you find nothing with this, there will be consequences.
Well, Mr. Wright, do you wish to press further about the camera?
Yeah. This is make it or break it time. The camera is of utmost importance, Your Honor. It is, perhaps, the key to this entire case. Therefore, I will continue my line of questioning. Wow, maybe I went a little overboard there.
Very well. Miss Hart, you will testify to the court about the camera.
Yeah, I hear ya. The camera was set up to take pictures of a meteor shower. Miss Hart, what made you choose that lake to photograph meteors? You know the fog gets thick on that lake. It's not very suited to stargazing. Well, you see, I guess I wasn't thinking too straight.
Mr. Wright, I will not have you badgering my witness because of her challenged intellect.
Now wait a minute.
Continue your testimony. You were saying how it was that you saw Edgeworth. No unnecessary comments, please.
I heard that noise out of the lake. Which one? There was a heavy fog. How would binoculars change that at all? What do you mean? Even binoculars can't see through fog. But you say you clearly saw him. I did? Yeah.
Enough. There was no room for doubt in her testimony.
She sounded pretty doubtful to me. But I have to find a clear contradiction first. I don't care how many von Karmic objections I get. I'm gonna find a hole in this testimony if it's the last thing I do. You're right. Okay, so... yeah, if she was... let's look at the camera. Automatically take a picture when a loud noise is detected. Faces the lake. So once I was finished setting up my camera, I got back in my car. The camera was set up to take pictures of a meteor shower. But it was set up to take pictures of noises. You were photographing shooting stars. That's a lie. Says who? I saw the camera you set up yesterday. It was pointed directly at the lake. You have to point a camera upwards to take photos of the stars, Miss Hart. Well, not particularly true, but you know. Oof.
Mr. Wright, what are you driving at?
The witness was not at the lake to photograph shooting stars, Your Honor.
Well then, what exactly was she photographing?
Your Honor, take a look at this.
What was Miss Hart trying to photograph at the lake?
She was trying to photograph Gordy. Miss Hart, this is what you were trying to photograph.
What's this? A newspaper article? Gordy. Ah, the sighting at Gordy Lake.
Well, Miss Hart, I never heard of no lake monster. You got proof or something? Let's see you prove that I was down at the lake trying to photograph this Gordy.
I have it. Proof. Intriguing. Very well, let's see it. And no joking around this time, please. Here is proof that the witness was trying to photograph Gordy, the lake monster.
Not the camera itself, really. The proof, Miss Hart, is your own camera. Your camera was set up to take photos in response to loud noises, correct? Thus this photograph here, taken when a gun fired on the lake. And here, this article about Gordy. According to this article, Gordy made a loud noise when it emerged. Well, you were trying to photograph Gordy, weren't you? That's why you had set your camera to respond to loud noises.
Order, order. I see. I too thought it was a little strange.
Yeah, sure. Well, Miss Hart, you were camping there to try and take a photo of Gordy, weren't you? Yeah. Not bad. Are all you lawyers that smart? Oh, oops. So, smart boy, I was down there trying to photograph Gordy. You got me. So what? Huh? That don't change what I saw, does it?
Exactly. What you just used several precious minutes of our time to prove is nothing more than the witness is an idiot who thinks monsters exist.
I can see one right across from me, dude. Hey!
But as she so succinctly said, so what? It changes nothing.
Not true. You were hiding the whole thing about Gordy for some reason, I know it. What could it have been? Whatever it was, I'm getting to the bottom of this.
Miss Hart, why did you hide the fact that you were searching for Gordy from the court? Please revise your testimony.
Right. Fine, I'll testify. It won't change nothing, though. Something will change. It has to. And I'm gonna spot it. Actually, I'm not a research student at a university. I'm an investigative photographer. Imagine what a scoop it'd be if I got a picture of that monster. That's why I was camping out by the lake. But that's all I was hiding. When I heard the bang, I looked right straight out at the lake. There wasn't much else to look at, so I just watched the boat the whole time. Then I saw a flash near one of the man's hands, and I heard another gunshot. I was looking right at that boat the whole time, crossed my heart and hoped to fry.
Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
The witness's testimony is unchanged from before. Whether she is a research student or a photographer has no bearing on this case. There is no need to waste more of our time with another pointless cross-examination. I claim the defense's right to cross-examine the witness, Your Honor. Von Karma's up to something, I know it. He doesn't want me to cross-examine her because... Why? Was there a contradiction? Yes, there were 2 gunshots!
Very well. You may begin the cross-examination. You seem sure of yourself. You must have something in mind.
Huh. That would be a first. Very funny.
You understand this is your last chance at a cross-examination, Mr. Wright. If there is no problem with the testimony this time, we will let the witness leave. I will announce my verdict at that time, Mr. Wright. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor. 2 bangs. 2 bangs. Actually, I'm not a research student at a university. I'm pressing because I want to see if I get penalized again. What manner of person are you? Not sure I'm half-lutin enough to be called a manner of anything. Okay. Investigative photographer? Yep. You get your photo and then sell it to the press. It's that kind of business. Hey, I was taking pictures at my sister's graduation last year, and guess what? What? There was a UFO. A UFO? Oh, a UFO. Just hanging in the sky. UFO. You know, an unidentified flying object? A UFO. And that's when I had a sort of revelation. I knew I should become an investigative photographer. I see. Kind of a shaky basis for a career. It's not like you need to pay a whole lot of money for it besides the equipment. Is Gordy really all that newsworthy? Heck yeah, they even had him up on TV. I'm not sure that appearing on the local news Rumor of the Month show qualifies. Last month's show was Bigfoot sighted on Acorn Hill, I believe. Hey, they also hit a picture of him in the newspaper, for real.
Mr. Wright, this is one fight I do not believe you can win. Let's keep moving, shall we?
Yes, Your Honor. That's why I was keeping on the lake. That's why you put the automatic sensor on your camera. Yep. Borrowed it from a friend at a university. It analyzes every sound it picks up, and then when it gets banged, it snaps a shot. Yep. So how many pictures has it taken so far? The only time the camera triggered was that night. But did it trigger once, or did it trigger twice? That's all I was hiding. I think it's time you told us why you felt you had to hide your true purpose at the lake. Heck, word got out what I was up to, the lake could be swarming with competitors. Competitors? Yeah, second-rate shutterbugs trying to steal my scoop. Ah, is that the only reason you were hiding the truth? Well, actually, she's hiding something there.
Mr. Wright, I'll not have you asking questions with no relevance to this case.
Whatever you say, Von Karma, I know you told her to keep quiet. When I heard the bang, I looked right straight at the lake. Exactly what sort of sound was it? Well, I never heard one before, so I can't say for sure, but it sounded like a gunshot. It was a lot sharper a sound than I would have expected. There wasn't much else to look at, so I just watched that boat the whole time. There wasn't much else to look at? Yep. I don't know. She heard a bang, and she thought Gordy was out there. I kinda doubt she'd waste any time looking at a boat. What? What do I have to do now? What are you giving me that look for? Definitely suspicious. Maybe it's time for some evidence. Witness, continue. Hold your hush puppies, Pops. I'm getting there. Yeah, this is the... Yeah, another gunshot. That's the part I'm most curious about. Was there nothing on the lake but the boat at that time? Uh-huh. Wait, so you're thinking maybe he was shot from some other place? I don't think so. Nope. The lake was smooth as glass, and nobody was on the shore, neither. Better find some sort of contradiction in this testimony. Won't be able to beat Von Karma any other way. Yeah. We have... So, we have one picture, 2 gunshots, fired 3 times? Wait, it was fired 3 times? Then when was the 3rd gunshot? If she only heard 2 bangs... Only 1 bullet was found, and the pistol was fired 3 times. She heard the bang. Wasn't much else to look at, so I just watched that boat the whole time. I saw a flash near one of the men's hands and heard another gunshot. Okay, let's try the pistol on this. Oh, no, it's wrong. God. Okay, Phoenix said something was off about her not looking at anything else but the boat, so let's see what we got about that statement. I'm gonna skip if I got a picture, yada yada. That's why I was camping out by the lake. That's all I was hiding. When I heard the bang, I looked right straight at the lake. Wasn't much else to look at, so I just watched that boat the whole time. Why? Why? Ruby gods. Faces the lake. It's one bullet shot to the heart. So where'd the other two bullets get off to? So, my ideas right now are either the photo or the overhead map. The pistol apparently wasn't it. She just watched that boat the whole time. It could also be the camera, but I'm less sure about that because what I figure happened is she heard the first bang, didn't see the boat initially, and only saw the boat when the second bang went off. Yeah, the camera should have gone off twice if there were two bangs. So there should be a second photo. No, that's wrong. Watch the boat the whole time. Okay. Gonna cheat because I can. Oh, forgot it went right back to where it was. Okay. Cycle back around again. That's all I was had. There wasn't much else to look at, so I just watched that boat the whole time. Let me... Okay. Just go back over this. Wasn't much else to look at. Yep. I don't know. If she heard a bang, and she thought Gordy was out there, I kinda doubt she'd waste any time looking at the boat. Definitely suspicious. Yeah. And I saw a flash near one of his hand, and I heard another gunshot. See, I kind of want to press the camera on this statement. Because if the camera would respond to noises, this should have been the second photo. Okay, so... I'm gonna press... Or, not press, but I'm gonna try the overhead map on this one. If that doesn't work, I'll try the camera on the statement afterwards. Okay, this is wrong. Contradicts this evidence. What evidence? Huh? Really? Objectionable. Try to think communication rather. Okay. Yeah. So I just watched the boat the whole time. Then I saw a flash near one of the men's hands and I heard another gunshot. Okay. Yeah, that was wrong. heard another gunshot. Could. Nope. Yeah, This statement right here is the one that's the most suspicious, because that's the one, like, the game was saying, just need to find evidence. But none of the evidence really matters here. Might need to... Oh. Towards the lake. Okay, so... Got the photo, the autopsy report. Yeah. Main thing about the overhead map is that it doesn't really talk about anything. It doesn't indicate the boat position, so I don't think that matters as much. It's not like the map in the first case, or the second case, where line of sight was important. Okay. There we go. Not proud of that, but, you know, we got there. Miss Hart, were you really looking at that boat? What's with you? Of course I was looking at it. It was the only thing out there. Any normal person would be looking at it. I agree. Any normal person would. But you are far from normal. Dude, Phoenix, that's rude. What? Y'all want to step over here and say that? You were camping at the lake to take a picture of Gordy. Think about it. What would you do if you heard a loud noise? You'd be scanning the lake for any sign of Gordy, that's what. You wouldn't give a boat a second thought.
Order? Continue, Mr. Wright.
You testified that you were watching the boat through binoculars. However, you wouldn't need binoculars to watch that boat. You needed them to search for Gordy, and that's what you were doing. Well, and now that y'all mention it, I did sort of take my binoculars and kind of scan the lake a bit. I mean, Gordy might be out there and all.
Miss Hart, are you saying that you were not watching the boat then?
Sorry, y'all. I wasn't fibbing, really. I thought, you know, I could be a witness to a murder and all. Kinda got excited. I was sure I was watching that boat till now.
This is totally uncalled for.
But hey, you got the photograph. You got proof.
Still, we can't see who's shooting in this.
Right. That's why I took this photo in.
Witness, that's enough. You've had a long day. Shut your pie hole.
Shut my what? What's she gonna say? She was gonna talk about the second photo, the one she enlarged. She took the photo, and what? The enlarged photo probably shows that, you know, the quality dips, but it will show that it wasn't Edgeworth. She even had a photograph to prove it. But you really can't tell from the photo who's shooting. That's why she said she's gonna enlarge the photo. She said it'll drop the quality a mite, but she'll let us see who's who. She enlarged that photo. Why won't Von Karma let her show it? Got a hunch. I bet that enlarged photo shows something bad for Von Karma. Oh my god, wasn't Von Karma out on the lake? This is my chance. If I'm wrong, though, it'll mean prison for Edgeworth, or worse. What should I do? Show me the enlargement. Miss Hart, look at this photograph. You enlarged this photograph, did you not? Yeah, I did. Why has that enlargement not been presented to the court? Oh dear.
Objection. Because it does not exist.
What are y'all talking about? You were the one who told me not to show it court in the first place. You old fool.
What's the meaning of this, Von Karma?
Miss Hart. Show the photo to the court. Show us the enlargement. Oh my.
The prosecution objects to the submission of this evidence. Objection denied. The witness will show the enlargement to the court.
Please stop saying enlargement. Here it is.
You still cannot see who is firing in this. It could be the defendant, or maybe it's not. Regardless, I'll accept this as evidence.
Happy now, Mr. Wright? Has to be something. You asked for the enlargement, you got the enlargement. Yeah. Little good it has done any of us. That's why I requested she not show it. Yeah. Okay, I did remember right, or I should say I did remember left. Ah.
I suppose this means that this cross-examination
is over, obviously.
Then I would like to close the cross-examination of Miss Lotta Hart.
None too soon. That was a flagrant waste of my time.
Mr. Von Karma, do you have anything to add?
I stated everything I needed to when this trial began. Decisive evidence. A decisive witness. What else could possibly be required?
Nothing, of course. Then I believe it is time for me to declare my verdict.
Wait, it's not supposed to go like this. There has to be a clue in this photo, somewhere. Yeah. The gun has prints... Yeah, show me. Wait, Your Honor, this evidence. I believe we have spent enough time talking about evidence.
Indeed. We've heard opinions on every piece of evidence but this enlargement. I see no point in retracing our steps.
It's bad. Do. Your Honor, there is something decidedly strange with this enlargement.
What might that be? Mr. Wright, you will show the court what you mean. What about this photo is strange?
Okay, here goes nothing. I'll show the judge what's strange about this photo. It's the hand. Here, Your Honor.
The shooter? I'm not sure I understand. What about the shooter is strange?
Look at the hand holding the pistol, Your Honor.
The hand?
That hand directly contradicts another piece of evidence. This man's left hand does what?
Oh. This man's left hand does what?
Let me show you. I'll show you the evidence that left hand contradicts. The evidence is clear. The man in this photo is holding that pistol in his left hand. However, the prints on the murder weapon were from Edgeworth's right hand. Ergo, the man shooting the pistol in this photograph is not Mr. Edgeworth. Hell yeah.
Now that everyone in the courtroom has quieted down, I would like to reconvene this court of law. Mr. Wright?
Yes, Your Honor?
You have given us definitive proof today. We now know that it was not Mr. Edgeworth who fired the pistol that night. However, this leaves us with a rather large problem. If Mr. Edgeworth didn't do it, then who shot our victim?
Precisely. As we have seen, there were no other people in the lake that night. Who but the defendant could have shot the victim? It was Larry! Larry did it! Oh my god! There's only one explanation remaining. The man who shot the victim was none other than the victim himself.
Order? Order. So, you're saying that the victim committed suicide?
Yes, Your Honor. I can think of no other explanations.
Indeed, that does seem to be the only remaining option.
Does it? It's pretty flimsy, not gonna lie.
I'm so very, very sorry, Mr. Wright. But suicide is out of the question. What? An examination of the victim's wound reveals the distance at which he was shot. The distance? The victim was clearly shot from further than a meter away. Meter? That's 3 feet. I mean, it's sort of 3 feet. Close enough. There was no way it could have been suicide. Order? Order. Mr. Von Karma, are you sure about the accuracy of the data? Of course. I had already considered the possibility of suicide, you see. I see. Very well. Allow me to state my opinion. Considering the situation, the shooter had to be the defendant, Mr. Edgeworth. However, the prints on the gun revealed that the shooter was not Mr. Edgeworth. This is a conundrum. Therefore, I would like to suspend proceedings for this trial for the day. The court orders the defense and the prosecution to further investigate this matter. Understood? Yes, Your Honor. That is all. The court is adjourned.
That was a close one. Hey! Don't you have anything to say? No. I've yet to be declared innocent, right? Oh, yeah, but what happened out there on the lake anyway? If he didn't commit suicide, then who? The shooter was about a meter away, too. What? Don't give me that look. I did not kill him. I was just kidding around. Look, I'm gonna go check on Maya. Oh. Right. What? Tell her something for me. What? Tell her to watch what she says in court. That's all. Yeah, I'm sure she'll be happy to hear that. Hear you say. She'll be happy to hear you say that. Edgeworth. Jerk. Just couldn't get the thank you out. I requisitioned a transcript of Lotta's entire testimony. Thought it might give me some ammunition for the trial tomorrow. Of course, she didn't see the shooter, so the only part of her testimony that stood was the bang she heard. There were 2 bangs she heard! Let me press on that! Or let me, point that out as a problem. 3 shots were fired, 2 bangs were heard, 1 bullet is the only thing that actually hurt, that actually hit the victim. Or at least that was the only one that killed. Maya. Hey Nick, it's you. I'm glad Mr. Edgeworth made it through the day okay. It's a relief. Hey, why'd you do that anyway? I don't know. I just knew I had to do something. I know I'm not the lawyer my sister was. I'm sorry. Well, you did save the trial. Just behave from now on, okay? Okay. Maya. How's things going in prison? Have you been questioned yet? No, not yet. Detective Gumshoe was here just now. He said, seeing as this is your first case, we'll let you go after questioning. Oh, and he wanted me to get bail money ready. You can pay for me, okay? Huh? How much? I don't know. Guess they'll send you a bill or something. Why do I picture giant bales of money every time I hear the word bail? I'm not sure Phoenix actually has the money to pay for this. Like, he is basically just Lionel Hutz in terms of actual cash. Any luck with Mia? None. Can't get through to her at all. I tried. I really did. I don't know what to do. I think I probably shouldn't have stopped my training. She sounds like she really did do her best. I should check and see if there are any waterfalls in the local area. I wonder if I'll ever see my sister again. I mean, we've seen her twice now, so she's pretty close. Okay. I was gonna see if she had anything to say about the testimony, but I guess not. Well, hope you have a fun time in prison again, Aya. Poor girl. Detective Gumshoe's not here. And Gumshoe's at the police again today. Oh, the scene again today. Huh? Oh, really? He's a live wire, that one. Got into a fight with the chief for not following protocol. Not following protocol? Bet he wouldn't help them build the case against Edgeworth. Oh, it's not here. He got no reason to be here. We don't have a camera. Like, and this is before, like, Maya's cell phone could be a camera, too. So, we'd have to find someone else to take a picture. There are fewer than there were yesterday, but the cops are still around the park. Wonder if Detective Gumshoe was here today. I haven't seen Larry around today at all. Probably off paying through the nose on a date with that lovely fiancé. If she even exists. I'm sure she exists. Let's look at the boats. There wasn't anything here yesterday, but maybe there's something here today. Looks like the boat rental shop is closed today, too. I'm sure this will be important at some point, but, not yet. Is Gumshoe just moping on the lakeside? Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Hey, pal. The trial today, Yes? What about the trial? Well, I was gonna say good show, but it really wasn't really all that. Though you did save Edgeworth, I guess. I just wasn't sure how to thank you, you know? Thanks. Oh, nope, not presents. Detective Gumshoe? Any idea what strategy Von Karma's planning for tomorrow? It sounds like he's bringing in another witness. Another witness? Oh, right. He said something about that in the trial today. Yeah, some other witness that, had a schedule conflict or something. Cancellation. I was wondering who that other witness was. Who was it? I'm sorry, pal. As much as I'd like to, I'm not at liberty to divulge that information. Right. Oh, come on, dude. You're already breaking the rules. Just give me the information. Oh, right. I wanted to ask you about something about Edgeworth. What's up? Is he afraid of earthquakes? I never heard anything about that before. Mr. Edgeworth doesn't talk about himself too much, see? But there's one thing that's clear as day. Him hating crime the way he does, and him becoming a lawyer, and him being scared of earthquakes, it all started with that incident. The DL6 incident. Yep, that's the one. 15 years ago, when he saw his father shot before his very eyes. He still feels the pain now. You can see it in his eyes. I wanted to talk to you about Maya Fey. Huh? She's not out on bail yet? That's strange. I told him to let it go as soon as we had the report written up. And I don't know what would have happened today in that courtroom today if it weren't for her. Seeing her getting dragged out by the bailiff? I'll be honest with you, pal. I shed a tear or two. Edgeworth. He was so moved I saw his lip trembling. Really? Cold as ice, Edgeworth? He was really grateful for what she did, you know. I'm gonna head back to the station. I'll get the report on Maya and get her out of here as soon as I can. Thank you. Oh wait. I was wondering, how much is bail going to be? Don't worry about that. Mr. Edgeworth is posting the whole amount. What? Edgeworth? Didn't I tell you? He's grateful to her for what she did. Alright, pal. Well, don't forget to go pick her up, okay? Maybe I can get Edgeworth to pay this month's rent, too. Oh. It's sad because Phoenix has literally no money. I wonder why she brought a camping cooker with her. There's a convenience store right up the street. I guess she wanted to get into the outdoor spirit. She probably didn't want to leave the lake and leave her equipment here. Unattended. There's food and some magazine on the sheet. Takes a pretty tough skin to camp in this cold. I don't think Lotta takes very good care of her SUV. It's covered with dents. I can't believe anyone would drive their car down here. Lotta's camera is staring out the lake, as usual. Even a novice like me could tell that camera must cost a pretty penny. I hope she doesn't leave it out here to get stolen. The police might seize it as evidence, and she'd never get it back. Okay, well, back to the detention center. Hopefully, to get Maya. Hey Nick, you finally came. They just finished the paperwork. I'm free to go. Free at last, huh? Those interrogators are really mean. They were like, okay, what did you do this time? Like I was some kind of criminal. Can you believe it? Well, they let you out in the end, didn't they? Oh, that reminds me. Thanks for bail. Thank Edgeworth. Huh? He posted bail for you. He said he was grateful for what you did. Mr. Edgeworth did that. I have to make it up to him. You got to win this case, Nick. What do you think we should do next? We're kind of lacking in the clues department. We could go to the park and look for Gordy. I was kidding. Still, if there are any clues out there, the park's as good a bet as any. What do you say? Shall we head down there? Sure. Have you noticed anything lately? You know, I did notice one thing while I was in here in detention. It's really pretty comfortable here. It's warm, and they keep it very clean. I mean, have you noticed anything about the case? Well, not much more than that, no. She's probably still upset about Mia. I should leave her alone. Alright. Check the police station. Nope, he ain't back yet. Alright, back to the park. See what else we can find here. There aren't many cops today around, are there? They're probably back at the precinct, working up a case against Edgeworth. Hey, y'all! Hey, it's Lotta! Y'all really did it today. What do we do now? Nah, I'm not complaining. See, I did a little thinking. A little self-reflection, you might say. I realized that being a witness is a mighty big responsibility. But I just went out there and started blabbing any old thing that came to mind. Lotta. So you see, I want to make it up to y'all. Make it up. What did you think of the trial? To be honest, I was just doing it half just to say I'd been a witness, even though I didn't really see anything. I kinda convinced myself I had, though. I'm sorry. I know I caused y'all a lot of trouble. And could have died because of you. Well, memory is tricky, a vague little thing. Yeah, I sure know that now. I'll be fine the next time I witness a murder. Right. I mean, the first time you witness a murder. What about Gordy? Right. Well, the way I figure, the trial's only stoking the flames of Gordy fever. I'll get my exclusive photos and rocket to stardom. Alright, Lotta, you go, girl. I wish I could be an investigative photographer, too. Finish your spirit medium training first. Lotta, what do you mean by making it up to us? Well, you see... Actually, I got a bit of information for you. What? That Von Karma didn't want me to say nothing about it. What information? Now we're getting to the heart of it. See, I reckon we might be able to do ourselves a little exchange. Exchange? Thought this was to make it up to us. Right. I propose a little exchange to make it up to you. What? Information don't come cheap, my friend. Hey. I see you thinking, my, how unsophisticated these southern folks are. It's written all over your face. Let me tell you, most southerners are way more sophisticated than you. I'm just the exception, okay? Well, what'll it be? We gonna deal or not? What do we do, Nick? I don't have any other leads, so I don't think we have a choice here. Okay, how much? Huh? You completely off your rocker. I may not be sophisticated, but I'm not trying to rob the poor. Oh, even she recognizes Phoenix has no money. The only fair exchange for information is information. Listen good. What I need from you is information about Gordy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Gordy? Gordy doesn't... I mean, Gordy might not exist. Then bring me proof from that shows he does. He don't. I'll be keeping watch from the car, okay? You see something, y'all come to me first. Got it? Okay. Right. See y'all later. I gotta find Larry. Okay, Nick, let's get hunting. Hunting? You don't seriously mean... Gordy? I sure do. What about Edgeworth? We're searching for Gordy for him, Nick. Don't you get it? Okay. And how exactly do we search for a make-believe monster? We can find a monster myth specialist. Yeah. We can find... a butt. Just gotta follow the... Oh my. What's that? The Steel Samurai, Nick? Yo, Maya! Larry, what the heck is this? Oh, it was my girl Keontae's idea. She was all, if you like, put this here, it'd be like, really cool. Dude, she gave it to me along with the banner. Wow. It's real impressive she could find those for you. Well, she knows a lot about people. And that show's finished now, so she got it for free. Right. Yo, Nick, what happened with Edgeworth? Well, we made it through the first day in court, alright. I don't know how good our prospects are from here on, though. Huh. Hey, Larry, did you know Edgeworth's secret weakness? He's terrified of earthquakes. He acts like a little boy. Huh? That's weird. I don't think he was ever like that in school. No? Really? Well, we were only in the same class for a year. He transferred schools pretty quickly. Transferred? Right, when the DL6 incident happened. Doesn't look like Larry knows about it, though. Hey, Larry. What was that big thing up there before? Huh? Oh, the big guy? I've had that for about a month, yeah. It's a big hit with the kids. Why wasn't it there yesterday? Huh? Oh, right. The compressor was busted. Compressor? Yeah, it's a little unit by my hot dog stand. That's what I used to put in the air in the Steel Samurai. It broke a little while ago, so I sent it in for repairs. Oh. And here I thought you'd inflated it by yourself. Hey. I know you gave it to us, but you got anything more about this? That's the guy selling my dogs faster than I can cook them. Do you think Gordy really exists? Nah, I think somebody probably saw something else that they just thought was Gordy. But I'll keep selling samurai dogs until the truth's out. Yeah, but do you actually know anything about Gordy? Sorry, Nick. I don't know anything much about that. I'm a mere seller of hot dogs. Sorry, Nick. I don't know much about that. Okay, it's, yeah, okay. I thought he'd be the one to talk to about Gordy, but I guess not. check out the boat rental shop. See if anything has changed here. It's always so quiet here. I wonder if the boat shop is closed for good. Not with the murder on the lake and all. They're probably just taking a vacation till it blows over. They didn't cover the boats up well, though. I get it. Small boat rental shop. Doesn't look like anyone's around. Probably closed because of the murder. Yeah. Yeah, the music's fun. For a DS game, it's very memorable. Hey y'all. Well, y'all find anything out about Gordy? No, nothing. Keep moving. It gets cold out here at nighttime. It is a little chilly. I think I have to sneeze. Whoa! No you don't! No sneezing! Achoo! Oh, that's another roll of film. I told y'all no sneezing! See, I set the camera to respond to things a little softer than a bang. You trigger on one of Von Karma's finger snaps now. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, well, sorry's nice, but what about my film? Nick. Hey, the lady. Oh! No! I learned something in today's trial, that's for sure. Testifying is serious business. That's why I decided not to talk about the case anymore. Huh? Well, didn't you say you had information about the case? Tell us that at least. Like I said, I'll trade it for the dirt on Gordy. Got any idea about who to talk to? What are you gonna do if Gordy doesn't exist? I'll quit being an investigative photographer. What? After all, I only have one photo to my name so far. Was it a good one? You bet. A UFO. UFO? Anyway, if I can't get a career making photo this time around, then that's it. I'll quit and go back to school. Huh? So you really are a university student? Yeah, well, I'm taking a break for a bit. Right. That's the problem with my reading is I tend to my eyes move faster in my mouth. I read fast quietly. Okay, hey, Larry, you're the only one around who knows anything about Gordy. I'm just gonna see if he has anything to say about anything. Okay, I'm pretty sure that he's got nothing. Yeah. Okay, so... see if Gumshoe's back. Oh, no, not there. Gumshoe, do you know anything about Gordy? Hey there, pal. What's up? You look out of sorts. Wait, you didn't go and do something that's going to hurt Mr. Edgeworth's case again? What do you mean again? Nah, whatever. Have a seat, pal. I'm here for you if you need anything. Besides money, that is. Ouch. How's the investigation proceeding? It's not really. We have another meeting coming up. We're supposed to talk about Mr. Edgeworth's motive. His motive? You see, Mr. Edgeworth's father died in the DL6 incident, and the guy who got the lone suspect declared innocent was the victim in this case, Robert Hammond. They're saying that's why Mr. Edgeworth shot him, and Edgeworth never talks about his past. I bet they'll drag that out and hit him with it in the court tomorrow, too. Poor Edgeworth. I gotta admit, it doesn't look good, pal. Say, Detective Gumshoe, do you know Gordy? The monster down in Gourd Lake? Not personally, no. Well, we're looking for him. Huh? Are you out of your minds? You got time to go wild monster hunting? How about doing a little question for me, then? Oh. Detective Gumshoe was scaring me, Nick. Oh. Sad Maya makes me feel sad. I told Detective Gumshoe about the deal with Lotta. Nick, try telling him sooner next time. Sorry. I see, pal. Sorry for shouting at you. Okay. I, Detective Gumshoe, will aid in your search for Gordy. Huh? I'll loan you one of our newest secret weapons for finding evidence. Really? You can take whichever one you like. Okay, give us the goods. Hold on now. Everything in due time. First, let me show them to you. These are our best and brightest. Introducing secret weapon number 1, Missile. He hands over a little Pomeranian. Missile? He's a oh my god, it is a police dog. He's a canine police dog, still in training. Missile? Missile. Here, boy. Oh my god, it is Missile. Holy shit. Well, it's a Shiba Inu, not a Pomeranian, but still. Here he is. Hey, he's cute. Look, Nick. Cute dog. Cute dog. This will help us... How? Woof. Next, secret weapon number 2. Fishing pole. Yeah, this is my own personal pole. Detective Gumshoe. We're looking for a monster. Yeah. How are we supposed to catch a whole sea monster with a fish pole? You never know till you try, pal. Okay, this next one is the last one. No, please, I'm already overwhelmed by your choices. Secret weapon number 3, a metal detector. Yeah. Detective Gumshoe. We're looking for something alive. Right. How are we supposed to find it with a metal detector? Hey, you never know. It might have been eating soda cans. Well, which will it be? Can't make up my mind, Nick. They all seem so perfect. I can't make up my mind either. For the totally opposite reason. Oh well, I suppose it can't hurt to borrow one of them. We'll take the puppy, I guess. Can we borrow a Missile? Sure thing, pal. Be good to him. So cute! Oh boy. We got a dog! Okay, well, Hey Lotta. You interested in a dog? Hey Nick. Missile's been acting strangely. Missile? Oh, right. Little creature of yours. Phoenix. It's a dog. Hey, it's basically just a puppy. Hey, I love little doggies. Good boy, good boy. What's wrong, Missile? Does not like the butts. Does not like how the butt smells. Eek. Missile! Missile! Oh boy. Whoa! Stop that thing! Cannibal! It's eating my samurai dogs! Uh-oh. I think we just put butts out of business. My samurai dogs! Wow. He ate every single one. I'm sorry, Larry. Sorry? Sorry don't pay my bills, Nick! It's gonna have to be... It's gonna have to this time. Very cute with shiny eyes. And now, full of hot dogs. Larry, look, it's Missile. Isn't he cute? Keep that mutt away from me! What am I gonna do? What are we gonna tell the big boss? There's a big boss in charge of your hot dog stand? Nick, maybe that stand is a front for a mafia money laundering scheme. I think you should probably try to look a little sorry about what happened. Oh, right. My poor dogs. Just gonna... Okay. Nothing over here. Hey, Lotta, check out this dog. Hey, Lotta. Oh, cute. He yours? He's a canine police dog. His name's Missile. Huh. Canines are the ones they use to sniff for things, right? Wonder what Gordy smells like. I hadn't thought about that. Okay, well, Missile has been largely pointless. So, time for option number 2. Detective Gumshoe, can we borrow one of the other things? Yeah, sure, pal. But I have to take back the last one I lent you. Department policy. Well, take your pick. Which will it be? Fishing pole and metal detector. I'm gonna argue that probably the metal detector is more useful at the moment. Sure thing, pal. I'm not sure what we're going to find with this. Remember, you're hunting them for a monster. Anything is possible. Anything. Well, I'll go wave this on the beach. Maybe I'll find a quarter. Oh, hey, sorry, Larry. So you're financially ruined. Here, I've got a present for you. Okay, you don't actually care about that. Oops. Go to the woods. Hey, Lotta, look at this! It's a metal detector. I know what it is. I'm not sure that's gonna pick up Gordy, though. Unless he's been eating people's watches or spare change or something. Oh, I hadn't thought about that. Okay, well I guess the fishing pole is it. Oh, nope, there it goes. It's finally something at the boat shop. Nick, it's beeping. The metal detector's found something. Sure is loud enough about it. Whatever it is, it must be in those bushes. Go check it out, Maya. Why do I have to check it out? Nick, look. Oh, air tank? Huh, valve looks broken. I thought it was Gordy. Maya, first of all, why would Gordy be in the bushes? And second of all, why would a metal detector react to a sea monster? It's a lake monster, Nick. God. Huh? Something wrapped around this air tank. It looks like a string of flags? Well, we might as well take it with us now that we found it. It's heavy. Air tank of dubious value. Hey, Larry. I think you found some of your flags. What? An air tank? What about it? Larry, I wanted to ask you about this tank. Say, is this air tank yours? Why would I have a thing like that? Look, see how there's a string of flags around the tank valve? It's just like the string of flags around your steel samurai there. Must be a coincidence. There's strings of flags everywhere these days. Like elementary schools. And used car dealerships. Look, why would I need a tank anyway? You used this to inflate that, didn't you? Inflate what? What else? That big puffy steel samurai. Now, why would you go asking me a question like that? It's like I hit the nail on the head. Right. Actually, see, the compressor I always used was on the fritz. So I tried using the tank to inflate it just once. And, it didn't go so well. It didn't go so well? Yeah. Do you think you could be a little more specific? Look, it's embarrassing, so I really don't want to talk about it. Tell us! Fine. Whatever. It's like what I said. The compressor was busted. So I took the tank and tried to fill the samurai up with that. And then... boom. That was the first bang we heard. The valve busted open and made this incredible noise. And that tank there took off like a rocket. And it took my poor deflated steel samurai with it. What? Off into Gourd Lake? Sure shit. He's Gordy. Oh, it sure scared me out of my gourd, that's for sure. The loud noise they heard, the photo, was just the thing going off in the distance. Fucking hell, Larry. If something smells, it's probably the butts. God damn it. Hey, Lotta, I solved your mystery. Yep, I'd have to say I know exactly squat about that. It's painfully easy to know when something doesn't catch Law's interest. Okay, well, I solved the lake mystery. Now the mystery has to be solved in court, too. God damn it, Larry. Yeah, I'll grab the fishing pole, because apparently that was it. Uh-oh. He's different. Detective Gumshoe was in here. Now that you mention it, didn't he say he had a meeting to go to? Ah, that's right. Let's come back later. Where else do I have to go? Oh, can I talk to Edgeworth? Looks like Edgeworth isn't questioning. Let's come back later. So... Oh, hey, Grossberg, you've opened up. Apparently Mr. Grossberg is on vacation today. God. Well, I guess I can come back tomorrow if I need anything. Is anyone left back in town? Ah, fresh air. Gotta say, freedom feels great. Behave yourself in the courtroom tomorrow, okay? Misbehaving is much more fun. It's not gonna be so much fun when Edgeworth refuses to pay your bail again. Right, I'll behave. Oh dear. Well, what should we do? I don't know. I've been in detention the whole time. I think I'll let you decide what we should do. Deal? I like how asking her, what should we do, and any ideas has been completely pointless every time. Yeah, in detention. Oh my, she probably thought about Mia the whole time. She was in there. Okay, so, lesson learned. Don't actually ask Maya for help, because she's gonna say, you're the boss, you should know what to do. Okay, so... yeah. Okay, let me examine. Doesn't that steel samurai look a little out of place? I mean, it's so huge. I guess it's good advertising. Something about the steel samurai just doesn't work for me. Huh? It looks pretty well made to me. Still a novice, aren't you, Nick? Really? True connoisseurs like Cody and me don't fall for this kind of stuff. Steel Samurai fans are obviously in a league of their own. What's this machine? Oh, that's a compressor. I used it to fill up that balloon there with air. Huh, neat. Just got it repaired yesterday. Man, what a drag that was. Okay, well, okay, I've solved the Gordy mystery, but, I need to... Oh, okay. So the tank and the Steel Samurai you were trying to fill up flew away. What happened next? Well, all that happened on the 20th or so. 20th? A week ago. Now, as far as I could see, this tank went flying out into the lake. So I went out every night in a boat, looking for it. In a boat? Looking for it, huh? I mean, Kelsey gave me that Steel Samurai, after all. And when did you find it? Just the night before last. It flew way out there. It took me 4 whole days to find it. Night before... Was the night before the murder? Or the night of the murder? Wait up. Sorry for not telling you, Nick. Actually, I was here on the night of the murder. But, you see, I went home before midnight. So, you didn't know about what happened? Nope. That's too bad. It's not all bad. You've solved one mystery, at least. Mystery? I should go tell her. Okay, so Nick actually figured it out. Well, Mr. Lawyer, I've got the info y'all need. Y'all got the scoop on Gordy for me yet? Lotta, there is no such thing as Gordy. What? How can y'all be so sure? Really, Nick? Y'all got some proof Gordy don't exist? The proof that Gordy doesn't exist is right here. Of course I have proof. No lawyer worth his badge will make a claim without the proof to back it up. That's not true. Mia told you to bullshit if you didn't have the right stuff at the right time. Here's the proof that Gordy doesn't exist.
Take that!
There's air tank. What are y'all doing with an air tank? This is Gordy. Excuse me? What exactly are you saying, Nick? There's a stand near here. A hot dog stand. There's a giant inflatable samurai doll there. About a week ago, an idiot, who happens to be a friend of mine, tried to fill it. He used this air tank, and when the valve blew, the tank flew into the lake. It could have killed him, because if a valve blows on an air tank, that's a recipe for some serious disaster. Apparently made a pretty loud bang when it flew. Bang. The tank, along with the still deflated samurai, fell into the lake. At the same time, a couple was taking a photograph of the lake. This photo. Wait, so you're saying that Gordy is really the Steel Samurai? Oh. Well, that's a fine way to ruin a gal's dreams. I'm sorry, Lotta. Nah, it's okay. You win. I'll give you your info, like I promised. Poor Lotta. Well, now she has to go back to school. So, tell us this information you have. Promise is a promise, I guess. I overheard the cops around here saying something about the witness tomorrow. They said he's the caretaker of the boat rental place up the path there. Boat rental? There's someone there? I mean, it looks so deserted. Just an old guy, living all by himself. Y'all should go check it out. Thanks, Lotta. We will. Let's get cracking, Nick. Hold on. Something else? Yeah, the night of the murder. My camera clicked twice, you know. Yeah, it should've. Wait, so you have another photo? Well, yeah, but there's nothing in it at all, just a lake. I figured it wouldn't be much use as evidence, so I kept it to myself. Well, it might not be helpful at all, but here, take it. Okay, there's our second photo. Time for me to pack up and leave. Poor Lotta. It's all Larry's fault. The legend still lives on, I guess. Legend? Yeah, the legend of Larry, familiar to all who know him from any length of time. Something smells. It's usually the butts. Someone should whip that butts into shape. And I think Beyonce's already trying to do that, or it's doing something like that. Hey, Nick. This is the boat shop that Lotta was talking about. You're right. Doesn't seem to be anyone around at all. Well, let's check it out anyway. Oh, wrong one. Small boat rental shop. There are some boats floating out at the dock. The murder took place in a boat from this dock. Apparently the police took away the actual boat that was used that night. There's space for one more boat at the dock. I can't try the door, no. Can't knock on the windows. There's more forest off that way. Doubt I find any helpful clues in there. I mean, you found one helpful clue. Okay, well, I guess the old man isn't there. Oh. It was beyond the boat rental shop. Right. Egg, is that you? Hey, is that Keith with you? Where have you two been? I've been worried sick. Nick, you handle this. I'll leave this one up to you, Maya. Meg! Yes? Finally made up your mind, have you? My mind? You'll run the pasta shop when I'm gone. Pasta? Glad to hear it. You make your old man proud. When you kids left the house, I didn't know what to think. How am I supposed to keep the place running, an old man like me? Polly, the kids are home. Hello. Nick, what was that? Parrot. The one on that perch. Looks like more like a cockatoo. Keith! Yes? I'll leave the wet noodle in your capable hands, Sonny. Nick, what's the wet noodle? Based on the available evidence, I say it's the name of his pasta shop. That's a relief, isn't it, Polly? Hello. Yeah. And he's out cold. Fell asleep. He's relieved. Well, let's look around. Wow, what an amazing parrot that is. Good morning. Hello. Bird says, fuck you. He ignored me. What? You forgot Meg? Well, you gotta call her name first. Her name? Polly, how you been? Hello. See? Neat. So the parrot's name is Polly. What a bird. Too bad all she can say is hello. Old Polly can say lots of things. You just need to know the secret words. Secret words? Wow, there are lots of various fish in Gourd Lake, aren't there? Something's funny, Nick. All these fish are saltwater fish. Oh, he has a television in here, too. We have a television at the office. Look, a little safe. It's locked. Maya going right for the safe. This fishing pole looks expensive. Okay, I was trying to get the trash can, but I guess not. Look, Nick, he has an electric blanket on this table. It's warm. It's a great idea. We should do that at the office. We can sit down with our clients, snug and warm, and drink hot cocoa. And what, talk about murders? You're a party pooper, Nick. I'm not gonna lie, that sounds pretty good. Moving into the part of the year where I'm bringing out the thermal blanket. Looks like a kitchen unit. It's pretty clean. Funny, he doesn't look like the type who'd keep things tidy like that. You're forgetting, Nick. He's running a pasta shop here. Don't ask about the pasta restaurant, Nick. A pasta shop? Hey, yep. To think the wet noodle will live on when I'm gone. My father started it, you know. That makes you two the third generation. Meg? Yes? Tomorrow we'll start with the secrets of dough tossing. Dough tossing? You too, Keith. Yes? You'll be the best pasta wrangler the West has ever seen. Oh, I see. We're pretending this is in Japan, and he's like talking about ramen or something. Pasta wrangler? The West? Isn't pasta from Italy? Meg? Yes? You know the best pasta's always been made west of the Rockies, don't you? Right. Of course. Everyone knows that. Nick? Huh? How long do we have to keep up this all in the family charade? This old man must know something about the murder. We're not leaving until we find out what that is. This is a boat rental shop, right? What are you talking about? This here's the Palace of Pasta, the West Noodle. Now that you mention it, we haven't gotten many orders for spaghetti lately. All the kids come up and say, "Yo, dude, we want to ride in one of your boats." That's why I keep them boats out there. Youngsters these days, darned if I understand them. Pretty confused myself. Hey, this isn't going anywhere. This old man is the witness tomorrow, right? Gotta find some way of getting information out of him. What are the secret words to Polly? Polly, tell me everything you know about the murder. My memory's getting worse of late. That's why I just tell everything important to old Polly here. Oh my god, he does know the details about the murder. Everything important? I wonder. Polly, what's the number to the safe? 1228. Alright. Hey, Polly, watch it, will ya? See, Nick? All it takes is a little clever thinking. And a criminal mind. Quick, Nick, write that number down. Hey, don't get me involved in your little heist schemes. It's okay, I remember the combination. Little safe. Okay, I guess we're not taking his tackle box or whatever it is. I asked him about everything. Listen here, Keith. Remember that tricolor pasta we were talking about? A rainbow-lioli. That's... I'm not sure if I said that word right. I forget how the last color was she used. Indigo blue. Indigo blue? That didn't seem to work the way I thought it might. Oh, okay. So... Alright. Gotta wait for the nose bubble snap. You heard anything about Gordy? No? I'm doubting he knows anything about anything, but I'm not quite sure where to go from here, so I might as well present him everything, just in case. Pretty sure I did this one already, but just going through it. Hey, maybe one of the bangs that was heard was from his snot bubble. Nope. If there were two boats out on the lake last night, then I don't know. They might not have asked him, but you know, there shouldn't just be one boat missing. Okay, he has nothing to say on any of the evidence we have. Oh, I did. Oh no. It's the one thing I didn't even consider. That a lawyer's badge? Yes, it is. I don't believe it. This old guy is the first person to recognize my badge. I get it. Huh? Yep. I got you figured out now. You're not Keith! Nick, how's our chance to clear things up? Sir? No, I'm not Keith. And I'm not Meg either. We're here investigating a murder that took place on this lake the other night. Please help us. A lawyer, huh? Please, mister. Alright, I'll help. But on one condition. What's that? When this case is over and done, you'll run the wet noodle. Sure. Okay, we promise. Nick, are you sure about this? Hey, anything to get this case solved. Also, who wouldn't want to eat Phoenix noodles? I guess so. That's my boy. Good for you, Keith. Wait, didn't I just say... You too, Meg. Yes? You bring a tear to your old man's eye, you know? Now, what was that you wanted to know? Speak up, Polly. Hello. Now he's talking to the bird again. And to talk to us. Okay, well... Any new topics? No? Okay, so... okay. Yep, I've seen this. You know something about this, sir? Keith? Yes? It's okay. You can call me Dad. Dad, you know something about this? Yep, the other night, out on the lake. Yes. I know all about that. I've seen it. What? Tell us what you saw. Well, I suppose, since you're taking over the shop and all. What'd you see? I forget the time, but it was pretty dark outside. Probably not. Yep. It was after midnight, but okay. Then I heard this bang, so I looked outside. Now I heard another one bang. 2 bangs. A little while later, this boat comes back. Then a young man walked by my window here. He was muttering something to himself. Yep. What'd he say? Yep. I forgot. I'll remember tomorrow by court time, promise. We need to know earlier than that. You know what, huh? Little Terry was just here. Terry? Yep, that kid next door. You always used to make him cry, remember? Yeah, the gun has been fired 3 times. 2 bangs were heard. At least one was on the boat. That's where the bullet was found. We still don't know what the second bang came from, but we know that the boat wasn't out on the lake when the bang went off. Must be talking about Detective Gumshoe. He comes up and tells me to come down to court tomorrow. Really? Somehow I don't think we're gonna get much useful information from this guy. Maya, maybe we should be leaving. I think you're right. Oh wait, I had one more question. Huh? Polly, have we forgotten something? Don't forget DL6. Huh? What did she just say, Nick? One more time, Polly. Don't forget DL6. What? The DL6 incident? Hey, Dad. Okay, so Edgeworth was saying don't forget DL6. That's what he was muttering. Who is this old guy? Or wouldn't that bird Polly know about DL6? You have to figure out who that old man is. Oh! But he locked the door from the other side. Who could that old man be? I think I need to do a little more research on this DL6 incident. Maybe I should ask Detective Gumshoe. Okay, my first thought was, you know, that Edgeworth was muttering, "Don't forget DL6," but they seem to think that the old man was saying it, and the old man says everything important to the parrot, so he was involved with the case somehow. Hey, pal. Long time no see. You don't look so happy. What's wrong this time? Actually, we wanted to ask you something. Yeah? You know the boat rental shop down at Gourd Lake? Oh yeah. The old man who runs it is appearing as a witness in court tomorrow, right? Huh? How'd you... that was supposed to be top secret. Do you know who that old man is, Detective? Actually, I don't. He's a bit of an odd bird. I haven't been able to get a straight answer out of him. I decided first that he wasn't persuasive enough to stand and testify as a witness. That's why we called Miss Lotta Hart yesterday. As for who he is, we have absolutely no idea. Sounds suspicious. Detective Gumshoe, please help us. Huh? We need to know about the DL6 incident. That was when Edgeworth's father died. I can't help but think it has something to do with this current case. To tell the truth, I don't know much about DL6 either. Mr. Edgeworth forbade us from reading the file, so I'm afraid I can't show them to you either, pal. What? Wow, 2 bots at once. Just in case I'm not paying attention. If you can convince me somehow that the DL6 incident is related to this case... Oops. Let's focus. Well, I guess I consider opening the file up. Let's see, the only piece of evidence... we did get the second leg photo. Sorry to disappoint you, pal. I'm drawing a blank. No, Gumshoe. Evidence. What's that? A parrot? The old man at the boat rental shop parrot. The parrot knew about that incident. That incident? DL6. What? Polly? Have we forgotten something? Don't forget DL6. Huh? Pretty sure that old man must have taught her that word. Yeah, but how would that old man know about the DL6 incident? Wait, what if that old man was connected to DL6? Nick, you think he might be? I getcha. Sounds like you need information on the DL6 incident. Through there is the station's record room. I'll give you some special permission to go in and find what you need. Alright, way to go, Detective Gumshoe. Okay, Nick, to the records room. Guess it's time we face Edgeworth's past. Wow. It's amazing. Really dusty. 10 years of files and 10 years of dust, I guess. Let's find that DL6 stuff quick. 15 years ago, both me and Edgeworth were 9 years old. We were almost through with 4th grade when he suddenly transferred. Some DL6? Nick, I found out where the file is. Oh, thanks. Just let me know what you want to know about the DL6 incident. I'll go get the right file. Let's have a look around. Looks like there are files inside that glass case. The case is so dusty I can't see what's inside. Nick, it's locked. They must keep important case files in there. You can't just let anyone go in. There's shelves stuffed with case files in the back of the room, too. Forgotten cases, rotting away for eternity. Nick, let's get what we need and get out of here. All this dust is getting to me. It doesn't look too dusty. Here are files of collected case reports. It's quite a large volume of reports here. Wow, these are all case reports? Yeah, it's like a graveyard of police cases. Guess my sister's case report was in here too. Probably gathering dust. Okay. Well, first I have to get a handle on the main facts, like a summary. Right. Summary. Found it. Here you go. December 28th, 2001. It's exactly 15 years ago from the day after tomorrow. Wait, it's 2016? And they're still using those tiny-ass, or those big-ass phones? So in 2 days, the case is closed. The incident took place in the elevator of the district court. What? Is this the same district court where we're holding the trial now? Looks like it. I haven't actually been paying attention to the dates when they've been popping up, so if it said 2016, I wasn't actually watching. There was a large earthquake at 2 p.m. on that day. Part of the court building collapsed, and all of the lights went out. I wonder if Edgeworth was buried. Wow, it was some earthquake. Uh-oh. At the time, 3 people were trapped in the elevator. It took 5 hours for them to be rescued. 5 hours? What would be scary like that? In the dark? There was a lack of oxygen in the elevator, and the survivors were unconscious. Survivors? One of the 3 in the elevator had been shot in the heart. That was Mr. Edgeworth's father, wasn't it? He said that his father was shot before his very eyes. So Miles Edgeworth was one of the other passengers in that elevator. Do you have data on the victim, Edgeworth's father? Yeah, hold on. Victim, here, found it. Gregory Edgeworth, 35, defense attorney. If he were still alive, he'd be 50. He had lost that day's case in court and got on the elevator with his son, Miles. Miles Edgeworth, of course. So he was on the elevator with his father. From the angle of the bullet and other evidence, it could not have been the suicide. The murder weapon, a pistol, was found in the elevator. The pistol had been fired 2 times. I heard that before. Sounds like just like this current case. What's going on here? Shot in the heart once, fired 2 times. But the pistol we know was fired 3 times. Got any data on the suspect in there? That would be the guy that my mom got arrested. Hold on. This is it. The man arrested us as a suspect in DL6 was Yanni Yogi? He was a clerk in the court, apparently. Looks like a bailiff. So he must have been the third person in the elevator. Well, then he had to have done it. But he was found innocent, thanks to his defense lawyer, Robert Hammond. Hammond? The victim in our case? Right. Suspect, Mr. Yogi, was oxygen deprived, so much so that he had brain damage. He lost all memory of being in the elevator. After he was declared innocent, he disappeared. Where could Yogi have gone to, I wonder? He may be closer than we think. I guess I know generally what happened in DL6 now. I still don't know what sort of impact the whole thing had on Edgeworth. Nick, are we going to take the whole file? There's too much. We'll never get it out. You're right. How about we just take what we think we'll need? Right. That's probably all we'll be able to find here. Now, all that's left is the trial tomorrow. Wonder how Dad will do testifying in court. Okay, it doesn't say a year. Apparently it's 2016. They said 2001 was 15 years ago. I might have misread it still, but I don't know. The dates seem weirdly far set.
Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Miles Edgeworth.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Very well. Apparently the prosecution is also ready.
Who's the judge here anyway?
Mr. Von Karma, your opening statement. Very well. No opening statements, so... Not so fast, Judge. I was taking a meaningful pause before speaking. Right, of course. A prediction. Today's trial will end 3 minutes from now.
3 minutes?
Order, order. Mr. Von Karma, what is the meaning of your statement just now? Must you question me? It will be over in 3 minutes. We have no time to waste. I'll call my witness now. Right. I'll call my witness, my decisive witness, to the stand.
It's that mysterious boat shop owner.
Witness, state your profession.
I am the proprietor of the restaurant, the Wet Noodle at Gordley. I also rent boats.
The night of the incident, you were in the boat rental shop, correct?
Yep, I was.
Please testify.
Wait a second. You still haven't heard who this old guy is.
Objection!
Wait a minute. The witness hasn't stated his name yet.
Because I did not ask him, Mr. Wright. I predicted this trial will end in 3 minutes. Stop asking trivial questions and cooperate.
Yeah, right.
The witness will state his name.
Oh, he fell back asleep. I'm pretty sure 3 minutes have already passed, with how much this guy falls back asleep. Well, I'm not really sure.
What do you mean?
My, memory.
Your Honor, the witness does not remember anything beyond the last several years. Ergo, he cannot recall his own name.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You can't recall, you say? Yes, but the incident in question took place 3 days ago. He can testify. Very well. Let's hear his testimony then, shall we? Witness?
Okay, well, we found our clerk. It was the night of the 24th, just after midnight, yep. I was in the restaurant, where I, rent boats, as usual. And then I heard a bang, yep. And when I looked out the window, I saw a boat just floating on the lake. Then I heard another bang. Just about then, the boat comes back to shore, and a man walks by my window.
Very well. I'd like to begin the cross-examination. There's nothing to question in my witness's testimony.
Ergo, no need for cross-examination. Besides, there are only 10 seconds left before our 3 minutes are up. Judge, your verdict now.
Yes. Mr. Wright?
Fuck you, dude. What are you saying? Of course I'll cross-examine the witness.
Very well, you may begin.
Ah!
Excuse me, Mr. Von Karma?
3 minutes just passed.
I see. Well then, let's just take our time. May cross-examine the witness.
He's so mad. The night of the 24th, just after midnight.
Yep.
Just after midnight, you say? Yep, just around then. Are you sure?
Pretty sure, yep.
When I talked to you yesterday, you were rather vague about the time. I'm surprised you seem so sure about it today. I asked him and he remembered. Isn't that right? Please stop falling asleep, dude. Come on. Don't glare at me like that. I remembered it clearly, I did. Yep. You see? Continue. I was in the restaurant where I, rent boats as usual. You rent boats from your restaurant? Is there anyone who can verify that? Well, I guess Polly could. I don't think pets are credible witnesses. That's not good enough for a court of law.
Mr. Wright, exactly what's not good enough?
Your Honor, this Polly is a parrot.
Parrot?
Don't be so hard on this girl, Keith boy.
Keith?
The prosecution concedes that we cannot prove the witness was in the shop. Witness, please continue. Then I heard a bang. Yep. And where did the bang seem to come from? Falling asleep. We had to ban winking, we had to ban something else. Do we have to ban sleeping in court now? I guess it should already be banned, but... From the lake, I figure. Are you certain? Yep. Good. Continue. When I looked out on the window, I saw a boat just floating on the lake. Was there someone in the boat? It was pretty far out there. I couldn't see clearly. But I figured there was 2 men out there. Yep. But you couldn't see them clearly.
Yep.
At the time, that is. The time. Then I heard another bang. So you heard 2 gunshots total.
Yep.
That's what Lotta said in her testimony yesterday. Okay, the pistol was fired 3 times. Oh, no. I acted too fast. Okay. I need to be patient. It's always my issue, is I'm not patient enough for that. I think that won me any points with the judge. Okay. Oop. Heard another bang. Taken automatically on 12/24 at 11:50 p.m. And the first photo was taken at 12:15. The autopsy, it doesn't say anything about the bullet. Okay. Keep pressing. Just about then, the boat comes back. By your window? Hey, yep, by my window. Right outside the window of my little shack. And could you see the man's face? Well, the fog was pretty darn thick, but he was right there in front of me. I saw him.
And this is a rather important detail. Please add it to your testimony.
A bad feeling about this. That man was the defendant. He was saying, I can't believe he's dead. Are you sure? Uh-oh. Dad! Dead certain, Keith. He said, I can't believe he's dead, as he was walking by, too. Witness, are you sure that the person you saw was Miles Edgeworth? It was him, not Edgeworth boy. Uh-oh.
This sounds like decisive evidence indeed. I see no room for doubt.
Karma. He lured me into cross-examining him so he could set me up for a fall. Nick, I don't like the way things are going here. Everyone in the courtroom is glaring at us. Better write quick or this trial is going to be over. Your Honor, we proved in yesterday's court that it could not have been Edgeworth who fired that gun.
Mr. Wright, are you referring to the fingerprints from Edgeworth's right hand found on the gun? And the photograph showing a man firing with his left hand?
Exactly.
That is easily explainable. He could have wiped his prints after he fired. You are ignoring the truth of the matter here. Everything in this witness's testimony is true.
Judge is lost in thought. What should I do? Keep making noise. Your Honor, this witness claims that Edgeworth said, I can't believe he's dead. But his word is all we have. If he were telling a lie...
Mr. Wright, in a court of law, the evidence tells all. Apparently, you have yet to realize even this basic fact. If you say his testimony is a lie, show us proof.
Nick, do we have evidence? It's no good. There's nothing I can do. Are you sure? To be honest, I don't know what to do anymore. Please. Hear me, sis. Please. We need your help. Nick needs you.
3 minutes was perhaps too high an expectation. However, 15 minutes isn't bad. This must be a new record.
I mean, it's 15 minutes plus 24 hours.
Enough. The witness may leave the stand.
I think you're gonna have to drag him out of there.
This court sees no reason to further prolong the trial. Nor is there any need for more time to decide the case against the defendant. This case is extremely clear. I see no room for misinterpretation of the facts.
What? No!
This court finds the defendant, Mr. Miles Edgeworth, guilty.
Oh, really?
The accused will surrender to the court immediately. Be held pending trial at a higher court within a month from today's date. That is all. The court is adjourned.
Wait, that's it? Really? What? Wait!
Who was that just now?
Me! Huh? Ah! Larry!
What are you doing here?
Listen, you gotta listen to me. I was there, in the park, the night of the murder. I wasn't sure about it until just yesterday, but today I remembered it.
Remembered what?
The gunshot! I heard it too!
Order? What is the meaning of this? The verdict has been decided. I call for adjournment. One moment, Mr. Von Karma. So, you say you heard a gunshot?
Yeah, I did. A gunshot that night. I was sitting here in the audience listening to the testimony. You were in there? Then I realized something he said was different from what I remember. Anyhow, I can't just sit here and let you call Edgy a murderer. It's just not right. I'll testify. Let me testify. For some reason I made him Southern too. I guess it's the easiest accent for me.
Order? I can't really do Surfer Boy too. Well, this is the first time something has happened like this in my court.
Yeah, usually witnesses don't just invite themselves to the stand from the audience.
I'm not quite sure how to proceed.
Judge, you've already given your decision.
The trial is over.
Nick, sit! Larry's given us one final chance at this. She's right. If only it wasn't Larry. It could make things even worse. Mr. Edgeworth was just declared guilty, Nick. It doesn't get any worse. You're right. Okay. Your Honor, if there is another witness, it is our duty to hear him speak. Right here, right now.
Waste of time. The verdict cannot be overturned. Allow me to speak my opinion. In all court proceedings, it is our duty to prevent an inaccurate verdict. In order to make sure no mistake has been made, every witness should be heard.
What is this?
I withdraw my previous verdict of guilty.
Can you do that? I didn't think you could do that.
Mr. Von Karma, I order you to call this new witness to testify. Now.
What?
The court will adjourn for a 5-minute recess. After that, we will hear this new witness. Court is adjourned.
Yeah, Ew. That was too close. Sorry to keep you on the edge of your seat like that, Edgeworth.
I've seen worse.
Yeah, right, Edgeworth. You're sweating bullets. I just wonder what Larry plans to say in there. Larry was at the lake that night? Yes. He said he went looking for the steel samurai balloon that flew into the lake. Oh, right. And he found the balloon in the air tank that night? Yeah. Hey, Edgeworth.
Huh? You say something right?
Yeah, a lot of things. You seem out of it. What's wrong?
It's nothing.
Mr. Edgeworth? There's something I've been meaning to ask you.
What's that?
Why are your fingerprints on the murder weapon? Oh. Yeah, you never did actually explain to us what you did that night, Edgeworth. When he fell into the lake, I went into a daze. Couldn't understand what had happened. I couldn't think straight. Then I saw the pistol lying on the floor of the boat in front of me. I picked it up without thinking. Didn't have a reason, really. I see. Right. Yeah? This might be our chance. Our chance? Von Karma has only ever run perfect trials. Perfect trials. Perfectly prepared witnesses. Perfectly complete evidence. That's the secret to his success. This is the first time he's ever had to deal with something unexpected. He has let someone he hasn't even talked to testify before the court. And that someone is Larry. What are you getting at? It's likely his testimony will be full of holes, Wright. That's right, Nick. No 10-minute trial this time. We'll milk this one for all it's worth. Hey, it was 15 minutes. 15! It depends on Larry now.
Court is now back in session. Witness, please testify to the court about everything that you saw on the night of December 24th.
Right, leave it to me. Please, Larry, don't mess this one up. I hate to admit it, but you're our last chance. Von Karma didn't even have time to prep his witness. I just hope Edgeworth is right about this being our big break. That night, I was out in the boat on the lake. I was looking for something, and I found it. So I quietly slipped the boat back in at the rental shop dock. Then, just as I was thinking about going home, I heard this bang. I looked out over the lake, but I didn't notice the boat. So after I heard that single gunshot, I went home.
That was an unusually vague testimony, even for this court. In any matter, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. What's wrong, Nick? It's Larry. I have no idea what he's going to say if I press him. A little scared. Well, we've come this far. There's no way to go but forward, Nick. Yeah, the shots still don't add up.
Something wrong, Mr. Wright?
There were so many things wrong I don't know where to begin.
Oh.
Well, okay. First of all, what time was it? Oh, it was after 11 when I went out in the boat. By that time, everyone had gone home for the night. So I waited until the coast was clear, so to speak. And why were you out on the boat at such a late hour? I was looking for something, and I found it. Specify what you were looking for. Looking for something? Yeah.
Mr. Butts, what was it you were looking for?
What the witness was searching for is irrelevant. Most likely he was hunting for this Gordy. You know, it wouldn't surprise me one bit if that was the truth. This is all irrelevant. Let's get it over with. So I quietly slipped the boat back into the rental shop dock. Around what time was that? Well, let's see. I figure I was out searching for about an hour. I guess it was around 12. Yeah.
You're not sure?
Hey, don't give me that face. I'm not some sort of human sundial, okay? We use watches these days, Larry. To be fair, less people use watches now than they used to. Where did the sound come from? Yeah, well, I wasn't too sure about that. I looked around, you know?
Did you look at the lake?
Yeah, I looked. I looked out over the lake, but I didn't notice the boat. Wasn't there a boat on the lake? Yeah, how many boats were gone from the dock at that time when he rowed back in?
Order, order. Well, Mr. Butts?
Oh, whoa. Everybody just calm down, okay? I mean, it was real foggy that night. I'm not sure whether there was a boat out there or not. Oh, okay. No problem. That's just the most important part of the case. So after I heard that single gunshot, I went home. So, you only heard one bang, correct? Yeah. Well, Nick? Pretty wishy-washy testimony, wasn't it? I guess I should just start working on the contradictions. Sorry. Wish I could be more helpful. Wish I could call my sister. Don't worry about it, just focus on the statement, Maya. Okay, so... yeah. He was looking for something, and he found it. So I quietly slipped the boat back into the rental. Then, just as I was thinking about going home, I heard this bang. I looked out over the lake, but I didn't notice the boat. Okay. And this was after 12. So the first bang took place before midnight. He didn't hear that bang. The second bang was after midnight. That's the one he should have heard. But he didn't see anything. Now, if the boat was right here, he should have clearly seen it. Yeah, and of course the pistol was fired 3 times. Is it around 12? Let's make sure. Wasn't there a boat on the lake? Yada yada yada. Okay, take a step back. Get this back. Okay. Where did the sound come from? Wasn't too sure. Okay, step back again. Didn't notice the boat. I was just thinking about going home. I heard the bang, so I finally slipped the boat back into the rental dock. Jumped. Around what time was that? Well, let's see. I was out searching for about an hour, and I guess it was around 12. Okay, around 12. That doesn't really help, because both the photos were around 12. Like, one was within 10 minutes, the other was within 15 minutes. Didn't notice the boat. Single gunshot. Okay. Safety save. Okay, that was wrong. Clearly reveals the contradiction in that statement. No, it doesn't. I keep wanting to harp on the fact that the pistol was fired 3 times. That detail is important, but sometime on the 24th or 25th, shot from approximately 1 meter away. No. I am thinking. I'm not making the connection about which statement that has the contradiction. He didn't notice the boat. No. Okay. Just. There's the boat. And this clearly reveals contradiction, yada yada yada. Oh, shit. Okay, it's either he didn't notice the boat, or it's something about the single gunshot. Because the game highlighted, the 1 gunshot. So you only heard 1 bang, correct? Yeah. Yeah, he only heard 1 bang. Just trying to think of which piece of evidence contradicts that. A lot of camera, which heard 2 bangs. I heard 2 gunshots, like 2 sounds like gunshots just after midnight. I forgot to look at her fucking testimony. Whoops. Yeah, that was my bad. I forgot to read that. Or actually pay attention to it. Wait a second, Larry. What? You only heard 1 bang. You're sure? That's what I said. But Miss Lotta Hart testified yesterday that she heard 2 bangs. And the old man just now said the same thing. They both heard 2 gunshots that night. Huh? Were you even listening? Or were you paying attention at all to what they said? Yo, Nick, please. Huh? You know, something's been bothering me. I'm a witness, see? I'm like a customer here. So you gotta treat me nice and stuff, okay?
Mr. Butts,
What?
you only heard one gunshot. Are you sure?
Well, to tell you the truth, I'm not sure.
Hey?
Not sure? How could you not be sure? Yeah, well, I might have missed the other gunshot. I was, listening to something else. Something else? A radio, dude. On my headphones. What? Larry.
Order, order, and stop that booing. Mr. Butts, you were listening to a radio on earphones?
Yeah, so what? That a crime? I listen to my radio. Everyone listens to the radio. What's the big deal?
Mr. Von Karma, your opinion? Waste of time. I do not accept this witness nor his shoddy testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, should he continue the testimony?
Your Honor, please allow the witness to continue his testimony.
Ah, nothing is more pitiful than a lawyer who doesn't know when he's lost. Very well, Mr. Butts. Please give your testimony and be sure to include details like your radio.
Right, leave it to me. I wouldn't if there were any other way out of this, believe me. It's lonely being alone on Christmas Eve. That's why I was listening to an all-request show on the radio, see? I was listening to it real booming loud, like. But I'm pretty sure I heard that gunshot. I remember exactly what the DJ was saying when I heard it too.
You were listening to your radio at a high volume?
Yeah, what's the big problem? Can't a man listen to his radio in peace? Isn't this a free country? I truly believe Larry has no idea what the problem here is.
Judge, can you believe a word this witness says? What he heard was probably nothing more than a drum beat from the radio. True enough, it is difficult to believe this testimony.
Wait, Your Honor. The witness said he remembers exactly what the DJ said when he heard the gunshot.
Excuse me? DJ?
An announcer, the guy who says things on the radio. Anyway, what this means is, when he heard the sound, no music was playing. The DJ only talked between songs, so he could have heard the gunshot from the lake. I'd like to cross-examine the witness, Your Honor.
Very well, Mr. Wright.
Can't believe I'm continuing this charade. What Larry heard. It's lonely being alone on Christmas Eve. So, you turn on the radio. Right. I just wanted to hear someone's voice, you know? You don't know what it's like out there alone on Christmas Eve. Alone! Shouldn't have said anything. Do you by any chance remember the name of the program you were listening to?
This has nothing to do with the case, Your Honor. Objection sustained. The witness was listening to the radio. That is all we need to know. Tell us, Mr. Butts, how loud was your radio set to that night?
Real booming loud like. Real booming loud? Yeah, you know.
And you had headphones on?
Yep.
I wouldn't think you could hear anything going on outside at all.
Yeah, I'm thinking, you know, did something the DJ say sound like a gunshot? Can you prove that? No, of course you can't. Nah, I can't prove it. But I remember that moment real clear. I mean, while I was talking about it, it came back to me real clear to me. Came back real clear to me, you know? What did he say? What did he say?
Mr. Wright, please cease this pointless questioning. What possible good could knowing what the radio DJ said do us? Indeed, Mr. Von Karma has a point. I'll allow the question only if you see some reason why we should care.
We should care. We should care, Your Honor. Of course we should.
Why?
Well, how do you know if we don't ask,
Fine. Very well. Mr. Butts, please testify to the court. What was the radio announcer saying when you heard the gunshot?
Just when she said, "Hey, it's almost Christmas," I heard a gunshot.
Hold it!
Are you sure? Of course I am. She had this real sexy voice. Maybe Von Karma was right. I'm not sure how that helped us at all. It's the most ludicrous testimony I've ever heard. But there was one gleaming ray of hope in there. Not a precedent until we get to the bottom of what happened. Yeah, she said it's almost Christmas. So it was, like, it wasn't, the 12:15 one. It's almost Christmas. The gunshot.
Objection!
No, I'm trying to point out the time. Okay, well, it's got to be the other photo then. It's almost Christmas.
Objection!
There we go. Ugh, I hate it when it's like that. Larry, are you absolutely sure what you're saying is correct? Huh? What's with the face? You look scary, dude. Hey, if you're trying to scare me, you better know I don't scare that easy.
Is something the matter, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor, did you hear what the witness just said? The DJ said, "Hey, it's almost Christmas," when he heard the gunshot.
Indeed. And?
Almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas. Do you realize what this means? When he heard the gunshot, it was still Christmas Eve.
That would seem to be the case, yes.
But he should have heard the gunshot after midnight. This photograph is irrefutable proof of this fact. Let's see what the time on the photo taken when... Let's see what the time was on the photo taken when the gun triggered Miss Hart's camera.
12:25:0015. 15 minutes after midnight on Christmas Day.
This is a clear contradiction, Your Honor.
Order! Order! What does this mean? The two prior witnesses heard gunshots after midnight. However, this witness says he heard a gunshot before midnight.
Judge, the answer is simple. The current witness is plainly mistaken. Just look at him. Suspicious. What?
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think about Mr. Butts' claim that he heard the gunshot before midnight?
Larry's not mistaken, Your Honor. He heard that gunshot before midnight.
Intriguing. I'm assuming you have evidence for this wild claim?
Show me evidence there was a gunshot before midnight. Boom. Look at this photograph. This was taken by our witness yesterday, Miss Lotta Hart, with her automatic camera. The timestamp on the photo reads December 24th, 11:50 p.m.
Oh yeah? But there's nothing on the lake in this picture.
Your Honor, the real issue here is not why nothing is shown in this photograph. It is why this photograph exists at all.
What do you mean?
Your Honor, this photograph was taken by an automatic camera. That camera was set to go off in response to loud noises.
Aha.
Correct. There was a loud noise on the lake at 11:50 p.m. That is why this photograph was taken. In other words, when Larry heard that gunshot, it was most definitely Christmas Eve.
Indeed, it would seem that is the case. Then, where does that leave us? Miss Hart testified that she heard the gunshots after midnight. Are you claiming she was mistaken?
Not at all, Your Honor. It is a fact that the camera also triggered at 15 minutes after midnight. Your Honor, That night, there were 2 sets of gunshots with a 25-minute pause between them.
Why would this be? Don't be fooled, Judge. That camera was set to respond to loud noises.
Yes?
There was no proof that the loud noise at 11:50 was a gunshot.
Why, the witness could have sneezed, triggering the camera. Hey, my nose was clear that night, man. Clear.
Well, Mr. Wright, there's no turning back now. Can you prove that the loud noise at 11:50 p.m. was indeed a gunshot? Please show the court evidence if you have any.
What evidence would that be? Yeah. I'm just making sure. Yeah, we know it couldn't be a sneeze or anything softer because she adjusted it after she was a witness. So it was only set for loud noises. This is my evidence.
The murder weapon?
Something about this pistol was bothering me, Your Honor. Both of the witnesses who testified yesterday heard 2 gunshots. However, the murder weapon was fired 3 times. When then was the last shot fired? Only now have I realized the truth. That 3rd shot was the shot Larry heard just before midnight.
Order. That would make sense of the evidence we've seen so far. However, this leaves me wondering exactly what did happen that night on the lake.
Exactly. If this is true, there were 2 sets of gunshots separated by 25 minutes. One at 11:50, another at 15 minutes after midnight. Why, I ask you, why? Uh-oh, better think of something quick. Wait a second. Gunshots separated by 25 minutes. Ah! What's wrong, Nick? I have it! Huh? Remember the case with the Steel Samurai? Huh? Yeah, of course I remember. The murderer in this case had the same idea as the murderer in that case. What do you mean? Maya. Yes? If we don't figure this out now, we'll never overturn Edgeworth's guilty verdict. I've got a hunch and I'm going to run with it. Right. I mean, is this safe? Safe? We've already gotten a guilty verdict. We have nothing to lose. You just watch and let me know if I say anything that sounds fishy, okay? Right, Nick. Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Wright?
The testimony just now has cleared up this entire case. So...
What do you mean, Mr. Wright?
So, you finally realized the truth. There can be no other murderer here other than Miles Edgeworth himself. Wrong, Von Karma. A man was shot that night, but it wasn't Edgeworth who did the shooting. Listen, rookie. Take a deep breath and consider the facts. At the time of the murder, 1 boat was on the lake. This was shown by the witness's photograph. The defendant, Edgeworth, and the victim, Robert Hammond, were on that boat. There was a gunshot fired on that boat, and Robert Hammond fell into the lake. The distance of the shooting was 1 meter. It couldn't have been suicide. Well, the guilty party has to be the other man on that boat.
I admit, it is hard to imagine any other possibility.
Yes, but this assumes that the victim was shot at 15 minutes after midnight.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Wright?
We have photographic evidence.
We have photographic evidence of the time of the shooting. The timestamp on the photo says 15.
But Larry heard a gunshot 25 minutes before that. Robert Hammond was killed then, 25 minutes before the shot on the lake. The only way that Edgeworth could be innocent.
Mr. Wright,
Are you quite mad? Explain who this is sitting on the boat. It's the murderer in Hammond. It was the murderer in Robert Hammond. What are you saying? That contradicts what you just told the court. You said that Robert Hammond had been killed 25 minutes before this gunshot. Yes, that's right.
Also, might I mention, the defendant, Mr. Edgeworth, has admitted to being on that boat.
Right, Your Honor. Crash and burn.
Mr. Wright, your client has already been declared guilty once. I'm going to have to penalize you for this foolishness.
Oh, that wasn't right?
I'll ask you again. Explain who this is sitting on the boat.
Hammond was already dead. Did someone appear before him that made Edgeworth think that was Hammond? Of course it was Edgeworth and the murderer. After the murderer killed Robert Hammond at 11:50, he assumed the guise of Mr. Hammond and met Edgeworth.
What? Are you serious?
Yes, Edgeworth won't tell us why he went to the lake that night. However, I have a hunch. That night, Robert Hammond called Edgeworth to the lake. Now, Edgeworth didn't know Robert Hammond's face that well. That's why he didn't suspect anything when the murderer took Robert Hammond's place.
I'm not sure what to make of all this.
Ludicrous!
Mr. Wright, tell us the name of the murderer then.
The murderer's name? Right, it's Lotta Hart. I don't know. Actually, I don't know the murderer's name.
You don't know?
Bah! Again, you waste my time. I don't know because he never told us. Wait, the boatman? The murderer is the caretaker of the boat shop, that old man. At 11:50, he was the one who killed Robert Hammond.
The caretaker of the boat shop? Where did he do this? There weren't any boats on the lake then.
Why would he have to go all the way on the lake just to shoot someone? May I suggest that the real scene of the crime was not in the boat?
Well, then, where did the murder take place?
At the boat shack? Here, of course, the boat shop where he lives. That way he can meet with the victim without anyone seeing.
Do you have proof that the boat shop was the scene of the crime?
Recall Larry's testimony, if you will. That night, he was out on the lake in a boat, searching for something. He's just kind of all over the place. He didn't really have a good search pattern going. He finds it and returns to the boat. Then, just as he's starting to head for home, he hears a gunshot. He heard a gunshot, Your Honor, even though he was wearing headphones at the time. In other words, the gunshot was very, very close by. And where would that be if he had just returned a boat?
The boat shop. Mr. Wright, what happened that night on Gourd Lake? Please tell the court, from the beginning.
Yes, Your Honor. Nick, are you sure about this? Not really. But I think if I start at the very beginning, and if I take it slow, I might just be able to figure this out. That night, the caretaker of the boat shop called Robert Hammond to his shop. Don't forget DL6. This was around 11:50. That was when the gunshot that Larry heard was fired. Also, that was a chill as fuck parrot. It didn't even blink. Like, a lot of birds are skittish. After that, the caretaker put on Robert Hammond's coat. He became Robert Hammond. Then he got in the boat with Edgeworth and went out into the middle of the lake.
Then who fired the pistol on the boat, Mr. Wright?
It was Miles Edgeworth. Nick, how could that be? Wasn't the old man holding the pistol? Yeah. Oop. I think I got a bit ahead of myself. Of course, it was the murderer who shot the pistol. He shot twice. Both missed Edgeworth on purpose.
Wait a minute.
Yes?
Why would he shoot twice if he didn't mean to hit anyone?
Details.
Know this, Mr. Wright.
The moment you run out of explanations is the moment you lose. Tell us why the murderer had to fire twice. I believe he shot twice to create a witness, Your Honor. Create a witness? The murderer lifts his pistol and fires one shot. That ensures that anyone who heard the shot would look at the lake. Indeed, Miss Hart did exactly that after hearing the first gunshot. Next, the murderer waits a bit and he fires again. Then, the murderer jumps from the boat himself, leaving the pistol in the boat behind him.
I see. And to someone looking from the edge of the lake, it would appear that one of the men on the boat had shot the other.
The murderer didn't know about the automatic camera, of course. That's why he shot twice, to draw attention to the boat. Once you realize that, everything falls into place. The boat shop caretaker swam back to his shop. Then he put Mr. Hammond's wet coat back on the body, and he threw the body into the lake. This is what happened, Your Honor. These are the events that transpired that night on Gourd Lake.
Bailiff, bring out the witness from before. The boat shop caretaker, quickly.
And Phoenix is like light years ahead of me on this one. I did not make the connections that he did.
Very well. While we are waiting for the caretaker, I would like to ask the defendant, Miles Edgeworth, a few questions. Mr. Edgeworth, please take the stand. Mr. Edgeworth, you heard what the defense has said.
Yes.
Well, why did you go to the lake that night?
What Wright has said was mostly correct. Astonishingly so, actually. Yes. Several days ago, I received a letter. The letter was signed Robert Hammond. He asked me to come to the boat shop by the lake at midnight on Christmas Eve. He said he had something very important to discuss with me.
Something important?
I'm sorry. I can't say what it was. Your Honor, sir.
Bailiff, we are conducting a trial here. I ask that you remain quiet.
The witness has disappeared. He isn't at the boat shop either. How did you check that fast?
What?
What should I do?
Find him, quickly. We cannot allow him to get away.
That was a smart guy. He booked it the moment he could.
Mr. Von Karma, your witness has disappeared.
A search warrant has already been issued.
It goes without saying that I cannot declare a verdict under these circumstances. I will extend the trial until tomorrow, the final day allowed. I request that the police department utilize all its forces to find that witness. Am I understood? One more thing. Just who is that boat shop owner? I think his identity has become very important to this trial. I want him, and I want to know who he is. Very well. Court is adjourned.
Well, this was a hell of a day. Hey, Nick, you did it! Yeah. Well, at least we got out from under that guilty verdict. And what about Larry? That was something else. Even Von Karma didn't know what to do with his testimony. Larry really helped us out. Sure, once I sifted through his unique testimony. But still, he did save us. Just wish our cases weren't so down to the wire all the time. I know what you mean. Sometimes I feel like it's us on trial instead of our clients. Hey, Edgeworth. Wow, he looks sad. Mr. Edgeworth?
Did you say something?
Don't look so pained. I mean, it looks like you're probably going to get off the hook. You could try to smile just a little. Relax.
I'm sorry, but I fear it's not over for me just yet.
What do you mean?
Right. There's something that's been troubling me for a long time now, and I don't know whether or not to tell you.
Edgeworth?
No, there's so little time left. I want to tell you, to get it off my chest, but...
Dude, Edgeworth, I didn't know you felt that way.
I can't make up my mind.
What's this about, Edgeworth?
It's a nightmare I've had. A memory of a crime that I committed.
A crime you committed?
A memory of a murder. Now, there's no way this is the final trial. Like, there's gotta be at least one more. At least one or two more.
What's Mr. Edgeworth talking about?
A memory of a crime that I committed. A memory of a murder.
Do you really think Mr. Edgeworth killed?
I don't believe it. Not Edgeworth. Some painful memory's been troubling him recently. But he'd never take someone's life. Never. Nick.
Yo, how's everyone doing? What do you think of my performance today? Had him swooning in the aisles, huh, Maya? Swooning? Me? Oh yes, I do remember feeling faint. Right on, tell me the truth. It was like love at first sight, right? Dude, she is 17. Fuck off. Right, Nick? Huh? Me? Well, maybe my heart skipped a beat or two, but I think Edgeworth has called for me, sorry. I think you can do better than that. Come on, I saved Edgeworth in there, dude. Edgy. You guys should be bowing before me, yeah! Bow before your hero.
Larry, you really helped out in the trial today.
You did. If you weren't there, Larry, I'm sure Mr. Edgeworth would have been found guilty.
But seriously, Nick, that boat shop owner caretaker guy is pretty suspicious. But Edgy ain't off the hook yet.
Way to spoil the mood, Larry.
Hey, I'm just the guy sitting in the audience, you know? From where I was sitting, Edgy seemed pretty edgy.
I mean, can you really know what he's telling the truth about that night?
Nick? I don't know. But what I do know is I'm going to believe in you two until the end.
Us two? Edgeworth and who else? You mean me, right?
Nah, he means me. Right, Nick?
Yeah, you, Larry. Not me? Oh, no. I believe in you. But why you, Larry? Actually, yeah, why me, Nick? Enough with the silent treatment. Oh. Sorry, Maya. Nick, why do you trust Mr. Edgeworth so much? I mean, he's changed recently, true. But when we first met him, he was kind of a jerk, don't you think?
You didn't know him back then. Back when he wanted to become a defense attorney.
Wait, was that when you two were classmates?
Yes, in grade school. They saved me, Miles, and Larry. They saved me and I'll never forget it. That's why I became a defense attorney, you know?
What? Hey, Larry, what's he talking about? Sorry, I kind of forgot. Okay, Nick, out with it. I'm gonna hear the story today, and that's final.
Okay. It's kind of a long story, so hang in there. It was the beginning of spring, 4th grade. Jesus, I don't even, remember elementary school at all. I know I went there, but I know nothing of it. I was on trial. Class trial.
A class trial. Oh my god. Was there a monochromatic bear there? Were you guys arranged in a ring? Like, was there a death game involved? Do you remember, Larry? Spring, 4th grade? A kid in my class got his lunch money stolen. Lunch money? Our school was really small. Every month, kids would bring in an envelope with money for lunch from home. Huh, I see. Anyway, this kid's envelope disappeared. $38 still inside. Oh, yeah, now that you mention it, I do remember that. I can see why you'd forget, though. You were out of school that day. Anyway, the envelope had been stolen during PE class. I was coming down with a cold, so I'd skip PE that day. I was the only one not in class. So, they thought you did it. Yeah, the kids in class said I should be put on trial. What's with these fucking kids? Trial? So the next day we held a classroom trial, with me as the defendant. What was the teacher doing? Oh, I see, she was being the bailiff.
I didn't do it. Guilty. He did it. Guilty. It was you. Thief. Give me my money back. You're such a meanie. No one play with him. Just admit you did it. You can't hide from the truth. Tell us the truth. We're not gonna play with you anymore. Yeah, and you're no borrowing my eraser.
Oh my fuck. I can't keep up with the kids. Now, Phoenix, you know you shouldn't steal people's money. It's not right. Fuck off. In the end, even the teacher thought I'd done it. Apologize to the class, Phoenix. Wow, you are a shitty teacher. I didn't know what was happening. It was so sad. Couldn't stop crying. Everyone was staring at me like I'd done it. I tried to apologize. Went over to where the boy was sitting. That's when it happened. He shouldn't have to apologize. The only thing that belongs in a trial is evidence. Anything else has no place. You should all be ashamed. Amateurs. 4th graders, dude. Miles? It wasn't you who stole my money, was it? No. Then you shouldn't apologize. Everyone's been shouting you did it, but no one has any proof. That is why, Your Honor, this boy is innocent. But, Miles, it was your money that was stolen. Yeah, he did it. He's the one. Fucking kids. Why don't you all just shut up? Oh, it was Larry. This is always how it is. Everyone ganging up and picking on one person. Just think of how he feels. He said he didn't do it, so he didn't do it. I don't think that's how it works, Larry. Very well. I will replace the money myself. This class trial is over. That's how it happened. After that, the three of us were always friends. Oh, wow, I had no idea. Yeah, I had no idea either. I mean, I forgot. That's when I learned what it meant to be alone. Totally alone, without a friend in the world. Did a good thing, Larry. Yeah, well, I was just lucky that I took the day off from school. If I'd been there, they would have thought I'd done it. So I took it kind of personally, see? Something smells, it's usually the butts. Larry didn't do it. Like, he doesn't seem like the kind of kid to steal money. I mean, he was rough and tumble, yeah, but he's not a thief. Anyway, Edgeworth and I talked after that class trial. That's when I heard his father was a defense attorney. I remember his eyes would shine when he talked about his father. I'm going to become a defense attorney, just like my dad. Famous defense attorney. Then, a few months later, he suddenly transferred to another school. The DL6 incident. Right. I'm not sure, but the transfer probably had to do with his father's death. That's so sad. It was several years ago when I heard Edgeworth's name again. There was an article about him in the newspaper. The headline was something like, "Dark Suspicions of a Demon Attorney." Fabricating evidence, manipulating testimonies, covering up facts. The article said he'd do anything to get a guilty verdict. Anything. But why? What happened? I mean, that's not the Edgy I used to know at all. That's what I thought too. Tried to get in touch with him I don't know how many times. Never replied. Guess he didn't want to see his old friends. Couldn't just drop it though. I wanted to meet him, to learn why he had become who he became. That's when I decided. Wait, you don't mean... That's why? That's why you became a defense attorney? To meet Edgeworth? If I was a defense attorney, I knew he'd have to meet me whether he wanted to or not. In court. Edgeworth believed in me, and I believe in him. He's in pain, and no one's on his side. I'm the only one who knows the real Edgeworth. I'm the only one who can help him. Whoa, Nick. So, is that why you helped me out for free? Yes. I helped you because I believed in you. Except I don't remember saying I'd do it for free. Oh, Nick! 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 We have to save Mr. Edgeworth if it's the last thing we do. Right. It very well may be. First, there's that rental boat shop caretaker. We need to find out who or what he is. Settle for who. Guess I can clean out some of this evidence I no longer need. Okay, let's go. What have we cleared out? We still got the photos, we still got the bullet, we never used that. Still got the photo, parrot, the case file, and the photo. Alright, so... Hey Grossberg, you back yet? He's out. Again. When does he work anyway? Now, don't be harsh. So we'll have to come back later. I mean, imagine Grossberg is the kind of guy who does one case a year and charges a massive amount for it. So, you know, that pays him for everything. Hey, Edgeworth. You look as grim as always. Mr. Edgeworth, I heard the story about the class trial. Class trial? What do you mean? You don't remember? No, I don't. Your lunch money was stolen, wasn't it? In 4th grade? Lunch money? Oh, right, yes, I seem to remember something like that. Nick, I think you're the only one who really remembers. Well, it probably only really mattered to me anyway. Mr. Edgeworth, didn't you know? That trial was the reason Nick became a defense attorney. Ridiculous. Gee, thanks. That said, it does sound like the kind of thing you'd do. You haven't changed a bit, have you, Wright? So simple. To a fault, even. Well, maybe, yeah, but I think you changed too much, Edgeworth. Edgeworth? Perhaps. Hey, Edgeworth, why did you become a prosecutor anyway? You used to look up to your dad. You said you wanted to be a defense attorney, right? I couldn't let myself deny reality like you. What do you mean? My father was taken from me, and you want me to defend criminals? I'm sorry, Wright, but I'm not that good of a person. One suspect was apprehended in your father's murder, right? Yes, the man trapped in the elevator with my father. His name was Yanni Yogi. He had to be the shooter, any way you look at it. Yet, he was found innocent. That defense attorney got him off the hook. That would be Robert Hammond. On that day, 15 years ago, the 3 of us were trapped in that elevator for 5 hours. When we were rescued, we all suffered oxygen deprivation. I had lost all memory of the murder. Lost her memory? Even now, I can't recall what happened in that elevator. That was the crux of Yogi's attorney's argument in court. He claimed Yanni Yogi had not been of sound mind due to the oxygen deprivation. Yogi was released due to a lack of evidence. Innocent. That's when I changed my mind. I started to hate defense attorneys. What's your relationship with Von Karma? He's my teacher, and a man who deserves respect. I learned everything I know of courtroom techniques from him. So he's like my sister was to you, Nick? He is a perfectionist in all things. In court, in his personal life. He is obsessed with doing everything perfectly. Perfectly, huh? In all the cases he has taken on, none were left unsolved, and not one suspect was declared innocent, ever. But that's... I know. It's possible some of the suspects were indeed innocent. However, it is impossible for us to accurately determine that in every case. All Von Karma does is his job, to find the suspect guilty perfectly. In any case, it's nigh well impossible to find a weakness in him. Should a weakness appear, he would do everything in his power to make it go away. Edgeworth? What you're saying is true. You're headed for a guilty sentence tomorrow. He's right! Now's no time to praise the enemy, Mr. Edgeworth. It's a strange situation in which I find myself, I'll admit. No kidding. Did you hear about this parrot? Okay, no, he hasn't heard about that. Case file. It was that case that changed my life. And tomorrow, on December 28th, its statute of limitations runs out. Tomorrow? Could that be a coincidence? But even if the case was finally closed on paper, it will never be erased from my memory. Never. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, here's a picture of your dad being shot. Nick, no! That's a photo of his father. Don't show him that! You're right. Now probably isn't a good time to dredge up those memories. What is it? Nothing. Huh? Why do I still have this freaking metal detector? Hey, Gumshoe, take your freaking detector off my like evidence list. It's like Detective Gumshoe hasn't gotten back yet. Gumshoe, he won't be coming in today. Oh, really? He said there was some guy he had to arrest by tomorrow. The boat shop caretaker. He shouted something about catching him if it's the last thing I do, pal. Good luck, Gumshoe. Yeah. I can't see Von Karma being anything more than just, prosecutor in this case. So he wasn't involved. Hey pal, long time no see. Yeah, Von Karma wasn't involved at all in the first case, as far as we know, the DL6. But we might find out something more about that today. Probably will. Oh, Detective Gumshoe. Close one today, eh? I got so worked up, I snapped my tie in half. Well, apparently you got it fixed. Sorry about that. No problem, pal. Thanks to you, we now know who really did it. You mean the boat shop caretaker? Look, I'll make you a promise. I'll have that scoundrel in my custody by trial time tomorrow. Come what may. It's my duty to you as a police officer. Now, I'm off to catch me a criminal. Detective Gumshoe sure is active today. Oh, one other thing. No one can go into the woods today. The woods? Where Lotta was camping? The woods are off limits to camping, and apparently the park ranger found out. He got pretty mad. No one can go in for a while. How did the park ranger not know, the first day of the trial? I guess Lotta's in a lot of trouble. Anyway, I'll be seeing you tomorrow. Okay, so can't go to the woods. Oh, the balloon's gone again. Oh, the steel eyesore is missing. eyesore. Looks like the hot dog stand is closed too. Guess Larry's been busy with the trial to show up for work. That old caretaker got away. Yep. Never imagined he might be the real murderer. Ahem. I know that clearing of the throat anywhere.
Hello. What might you be doing here? Out for a walk, hmm? Ah, the days of my youth. Like the scent of fresh lemon, you see?
Mr. Grossberg, this is no time for idle reminiscing. Mr. Edgeworth's trial ends tomorrow.
That is true, yes. But from what I saw of today's trial, Edgeworth should be fine, right?
Well, I'm not so sure about that.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
Well, I'm not sure.
Well, if you find anything out, come by my office at once. I may be able to offer you some assistance.
Thanks. Bye? What do you think Mr. Grossberg was doing here anyway? Who knows? I imagine he was trying to find something out about Hammond. Or the caretaker. Caretaker must have run for the hills, huh? Yeah, looks like it. He didn't seem like a bad person. I mean, he just seemed kind of, I don't know, drunk. Nobody's home. Hello, hello. Hey, it's Polly. Wonder where your owner's gone, Polly. Hello, hello. Can't believe he'd run off and leave his poor parrot to fend for herself. Hello, hello. Do you remember the code? Because I'm pretty sure I do. That reminds me, Nick. Polly here knows the number to the safe, right? Yeah, that's right. Polly, what's the number to the safe? 1228. Let's open it, Nick. Come on. I'm sure there isn't any money in there. Aw. But hey! He keeps it locked, right? So there must be something of value in there. Not so sure. Okay, Nick, let's see what's in there. Cannot stop the Maya. Guess there might be a clue or two. The only thing in here is a letter. Letter? Oh, boring. No name or signature on this thing. It's handwritten in very precise, clear letters. Get your revenge on Miles Edgeworth. Edgeworth? Nick! Why would Mr. Edgeworth's name be on here? Should I know? I'm gonna read the whole thing. Get your revenge on Miles Edgeworth. It also says this is your last chance. Now is your time to get revenge on the two men who ruined your life. The rest of the letter goes on to describe the murder plot in detail. How to kill Robert Hammond and frame Edgeworth. Calling Edgeworth out to the lake, getting on the boat, firing twice. This is exactly what I figured out today in court. It's all here, in perfect detail. Yawning up a storm. What do you think it means, Nick? I don't know. It looks like these are instructions for that caretaker. When he killed Robert Hammond and called out Edgeworth, he was following instructions. But who could have written that letter? And what does it mean to get revenge on Miles Edgeworth? Look, I don't know, okay? But one thing's for certain. This letter is an amazing clue. Okay, precise, clear letters, a perfect instruction list. Holy shit, was Von Karma actually involved? Maybe I should take care of Polly, Nick. You probably shouldn't just kidnap her. The police know about her anyway. I'm sure they'll do something. Well, okay. Sorry, Polly. He says I can't take you. Great, now the bird's gonna hate me. I don't think there's anything else in here. Maybe we should bring it to Detective Gumshoe. Don't you think the caretaker would mind? Well, we can just leave him the metal detector in exchange. Maybe we better not. Just, why do we still have the detector? Things cold. Looks like he didn't turn his heater on. Guess he hasn't been back here since the trial. Doesn't look like he used his kitchen much. You're right. I guess the whole pasta restaurant thing was a lie. What, you thought he was telling the truth? Alright, well, we can't go to the woods, so... Let's see... Okay. Go by the detention center, show Edgeworth the thing. Edgeworth, see this letter? This came out of the safe in the shack where that boat rental caretaker lives. I see. Revenge? On me? Who is that old guy anyway? I don't know. Could he be an innocent defendant you got declared guilty or something? Nice, right? But I don't remember that old man. Not at all. So, he was following this letter then? Which means there was someone else behind it. Now is your time to get revenge on the two men who ruined your life. Two men, meaning myself and Robert Hammond. It also says this is your last chance. Last chance? Maybe he's talking about the statute of limitations on the DL6 incident. Wait, that old man. What is it? Do you know who he is? Yogi. Could he be Yogi? Yogi? The suspect in the DL6 incident. The one who was found innocent. Yanni Yogi was a court bailiff at the time. We just happened to be in that elevator. Oh, he was a bailiff. I was right. And you called him a clerk. We just happened to be in that elevator together 15 years ago. And I guess that explains how a gun got into the elevator. Because that part was also bugging me. The quake was incredibly strong. Before I knew it, everything was dark. We were there for so long, it felt like forever. The air thinned, and the darkness closed in on us in that little box. We became unsettled. Help! I can't breathe! Quiet. I said quiet. I'm not making this any easier. I want to get out! Help! Get us out! Don't shout. You'll just use up more oxygen. That's all I remember. When I came to, I was in a hospital bed, staring up at the ceiling. In court, Yanni Yogi's mental condition was called into question. They claimed the oxygen deprivation and stress had caused temporary insanity. In the end, the claim passed the court and Yogi was found innocent. Huh. But isn't that strange? This letter tells him to get revenge on Edgeworth. Why would he want to take revenge on you? Right. Yeah. There's something that's been troubling me these last few days. I didn't know whether or not I should tell you. You mean the nightmare? It's a nightmare I've had. A memory of a crime that I committed. Crime you committed? A memory of a murder. I think the time has come to tell all. For the last 15 years, I've had the same dream almost every night. I wake up in a fearful sweat every time. What kind of dream? It's a dream about my father's killing, in the dark. Help! I can't breathe! Quiet. I said quiet. You're not making this any easier. I want to get out. Help! Get us out! Don't shout. You'll just use up more oxygen. I can't breathe. You're using up my air. What? Stop breathing my air. I'll stop you. What are you? Stop breathing my air! Oh, Father. He's attacking Father. Then I see the pistol lying by my feet. I don't know if it was if it was evidence from that day in court or the bailiffs. In a daze, I pick up the pistol. Get away! Get away from my father! Ah! And with that scream, I wake. It's a bone-chilling scream. A scream that has rung in my ears for the last 15 years. But that was just a dream, right? Right? That thought is the only thing that has kept me sane for the last 15 years. But what if I'm wrong? What if it's real? They say that sometimes people shut out memories in self-defense. Maybe it was I who killed my father. What? If you think about it that way, this later makes sense. Get your revenge on Miles Edgeworth. Think about it. Yogi was really innocent. That's why he wanted revenge against me. Wait, Edgeworth, you mean... It was me. I was the true criminal of DL6. I shot my father. This is bad. What are we gonna do, Nick? What can we do? I don't know. I don't think there's anything we can do, like it or not. There's someone else who knows a lot about the DL6 incident, maybe. There is, Nick! There is someone else who knows about DL6. In Grossberg, right? Oh, you're actually in your office for once. Mr. Grossberg. Ah, hello there. What's wrong? You look troubled. No kidding. Can't believe you're not. My. Just calm down and tell me what's happened, It's Mr. Edgeworth. He... I see. So Edgeworth dreamt he shot his own father. It's only a dream. Only a dream. I wonder. What? If that's the case, then why do you two look so troubled, Well... Also, consider this. Yogi quite certainly holds a deep grudge against Miles Edgeworth. So deep, he'd want to frame him for murder. This leads me to surmise that Mr. Edgeworth's dream was not a dream. It was real. As you may imagine, Miles Edgeworth threw the pistol to save his father. The pistol fired, and the deed was done. No, I don't believe it. Yogi was suspected of murder, and his career as a bailiff was irrevocably wrecked. Thus he sought revenge on Miles Edgeworth. This was his last chance, of course, with the statute of limitations so close. What do you know about Edgeworth's father? He was a defense attorney without peer. It sounds trite, but it's true. Well, he may have had one peer now that I think about it. Your mentor, Mia Frey. My sister? Gregory Edgeworth was very disapproving of Mr. Von Karma's techniques. That's no surprise. Von Karma is an extreme man. Forged testimonies and evidence are nothing to him. The result? He has a perfect win record in court. To beat him, Gregory Edgeworth tried to call attention to his methods. And? He lost. And died in despair, as it were. I see. When Gregory Edgeworth was killed, the police called on a spirit medium. That was your mother, Misty Fey. I am Gregory Edgeworth, and I have been killed. The one who shot me was the bailiff, Yanni Yogi.
Yogi was found innocent.
That's when my mother left us. Everyone called her a fraud.
That's right. Everyone thought she was, you see. Yet, now that I think about it, it seems the one who lied was Gregory Edgeworth's ghost. Gregory Edgeworth must have known who shot him.
I don't believe it. So you're saying he falsified his testimony? That Edgeworth's dad lied to protect his son?
It's only a possibility, mind you, but a possibility nonetheless.
Hey, I got a thing. No.
Oh, so this is the letter. It does seem that Yogi was following this letter when he killed Hammond.
But why kill Robert Hammond?
Hammond was a skilled defense attorney, but he defended clients not for their sake, but for his own.
Huh? His own sake?
He never trusted his clients, that one. The only thing he trusted was his own ability.
But he got his client found innocent, so why should it matter?
Actually, my dear, it is quite different. He won that innocent verdict for no one but himself. Yogi was a free man, but socially he was ruined.
Huh?
You'll understand soon enough.
Wait, what is it?
This letter. I've seen this handwriting somewhere before. A long time ago.
Whose handwriting was this?
Do you have any idea who wrote it?
Von Karma? Could it be Manfred von Karma?
Karma? Why would he have something to do with this?
Well, I'm not sure.
Karma. Von Karma. Wait, you're right, my boy. This is Von Karma's handwriting, I'm sure of it. I used to see it all the time on court reports.
What? But that means the one who told Mr. Yogi to kill was...
Correct. Manfred von Karma himself.
What does this mean, then? Why would von Karma want to frame Edgeworth? What the hell? I guess they are going there. But why?
If it truly was von Karma who wrote this letter, then he would know the truth. He would know that Miles Edgeworth had accidentally killed his own father. He'll say as much tomorrow in court, I should think. He'll press the point until the court finds Miles Edgeworth guilty.
Oh no. But how could Von Karma know about Mr. Edgeworth's past like that? Even Mr. Edgeworth thought it was just a nightmare.
That I do not know. Yet I do know that Von Karma is both persistent and perfectionist. He may be seeking to satisfy a grudge against Gregory Edgeworth by hurting his son.
What do you mean?
It was 15 years ago. Von Karma met Gregory Edgeworth in court, and Von Karma did win, but he didn't make it through the trial unscarred.
What happened in the trial between Edgeworth's dad and Von Karma?
Von Karma got the guilty verdict he wanted. He won the trial. But Gregory Edgeworth accused Von Karma of faulty evidence, and though he lost the trial, Mr. Edgeworth's accusation stood.
Faulty evidence?
It was the only penalty Von Karma had ever received in his career as a prosecutor. Gregory Edgeworth dealt a blow to his perfect trial record.
How?
It must have been quite a shock for Von Karma. He took a vacation for several months after that, you see.
Vacation?
Yes, an unusual event for the man. That was the first and the last vacation he's taken in his many years of prosecuting.
Really? He doesn't take vacations? Like, go to the sea or to the mountains? Don't tell me he's never been to Europe. You have strange ideas about vacations, Maya. Does she? That seemed pretty standard to me.
In any case, that was the only time he took a vacation from work. I believe the penalty upset him quite a lot.
Odd. If he wanted to keep a perfect record so badly, why would he take such a long vacation? We do, Nick. Von Karma is going to bring up DL6, you can bet on it. What if Mr. Edgeworth pleads guilty to DL6? I won't let him.
Yes, Mr. Wright. I hate to say this, but even accidental murder is murder, you know.
I know that. I just believe in Edgeworth's innocence. I can't believe he'd kill someone. But Nick, Mr. Edgeworth admits it himself. His father must have lied to protect him from beyond the grave. I don't care. I know he's not guilty.
Mr. Wright, if you say so, I suppose I could go check again. The police files might hold something of interest.
Mr. Grossberg, thank you.
I can't promise anything. In fact, I think the chances of finding something are slim.
I understand. Police materials, huh? Oh. And... nope. There we go. There's hardly anyone here. No one must be out looking for that old guy, Yogi.
Hey, it's you. I don't think Gumshoe will be coming back today. He's staying out late looking for somebody.
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe is pounding the pavement for real. We were wondering if we could check out the records room again.
Well, now, I can't just have anyone wandering around in there. But I guess Mr. Von Karma's in there now anyway. You can go in as long as he's there.
Von Karma?
Yes, he just arrived, actually.
Von Karma's in the records room? Nick, let's hurry! Shit, he's probably gonna tamper with the evidence. Damn it, I see the drawer. Dusty as always. You were only here just yesterday. I'm sure they just haven't had time to clean. What's wrong, Nick? Nothing. I was just noticing that he isn't here. On Karma. Huh? One of the drawers here is open. Someone must have been looking in it recently. The label says Unsolved Cases Evidence. Unsolved cases. Nick! The file for TL6. It's completely empty. What? What are you doing in here? Von Karma. You. How do you know my name? Huh? Have we met? What are you saying? We see each other every day, don't we? We're Miles Edgeworth's defense team. Defense team?
I beg your pardon. You see, I rarely remember defense attorneys. They are like bugs to me. Needless things to be crushed.
I can see how this guy was Edgeworth's mentor. Wow, he was already ugly, but seeing him from the front does no benefit to him. Mr. Edgeworth was your student, right?
A romanticist who can never shed that veneer of amateurism. Just like his father, always second-rate.
Mr. Von Karma, you had an axe to grind with Mr. Gregory Edgeworth, didn't you?
Me? A grudge against a mere defense attorney? Why?
Because he dealt a blow to your otherwise perfect trial record. So you did. But what I don't get is, why did you take his son under your wing afterwards? The son of your most bitter rival.
That, my dear attorney, is none of your business. Tomorrow will be the last day of this trial. It's been a while since I've had a defense attorney last this long. Still, you will lose in the end. Miles Edgeworth will admit his own guilt.
It's guilt of 15 years ago, you mean?
You're quite the researcher. If you've done your homework so well, then certainly you must understand. You know what Miles Edgeworth will tell the court tomorrow.
You were right. So Von Karma is going to bring up DL6 in court tomorrow. Mr. Von Karma, have a look at this. This was you, wasn't it? You instructed Yanni Yogi to commit murder.
Yanni Yogi? How many years has it been since I've heard him called by that name? He's a fool. I told him to burn it after he read it.
Oh, you're just out and out admitting it. So you admit it. You wrote Mr. Yogi this letter.
Yes, my dear attorney. Thank you for taking the trouble to bring it to me. You've saved me from a lot of needless hassle.
What? Nick, what is that thing?
Stun gun for self-defense, usually. Indeed. 600,000 volts will course through your body like a dog touching an electric fence.
600,000?
Oh, don't worry. People don't die from it, usually. Now give me the letter. Yeah, the thing about electricity is not the voltage that hits you, it's the amperage.
No! No!
What are you?
Nick, run! Ah!
Oh shit, Maya.
Maya!
Out of my way!
Are there no police observing this shit?
Ugh, he got us. The letter's gone, of course. And he took the DL6 evidence. All of it. Back to having no clues. Wait, Maya jumped first. Maya, is she okay? Maya. Maya, open your eyes. Maya!
The letter. Did he take it?
Huh?
Oh, yeah. Are you okay? I couldn't stop him. I jumped as fast as I could, but one shot from that thing knocked me out cold. I'm useless. No good as a lawyer or a medium. Can't even call my sister. Not even now when we need her the most. I wish I hadn't woken up at all.
Maya. Maya! There has to be some way I can help her. Better do something about her self-confidence first. Maya. She's holding something. What's that? Bullet? DL6 evidence. Number 7, taken from the heart of Gregory Edgeworth. Remember, Von Karma was holding this when Maya jumped him. Is that going to prove to be a match for the bullet that was fired from the other gun? I'll prove it to you, Maya. You're most definitely not useless. I'll prove it to you in court tomorrow. I'm not going to tell you now, but tomorrow. Holy shit. Okay. I am going to get a drink of water, and I will be back in a few minutes, because I'm... Oh boy.
Yeah, in my defense, I'm not good at on-the-spot puns. or jokes like that. Okay. Water, I got a cookie. I'm ready to save Edgeworth. This is it. Judgment Day. Today, things are gonna get settled at last. A lot of things. Ah! What's the big idea? Sorry, Nick. I only touched your shoulder. I guess the shock hasn't worn off from my run-in with the stun gun yesterday. Anyhow, today's the last day of the trial. Good luck, Nick. Did the police not have cameras in the fucking room? God. Edgeworth is looking glum as always. I hope Von Karma doesn't push him too hard. No! What are you doing? Sorry, I'm sorry. I just thought I'd cheer you up with a pat on the back. Maya, maybe you should go outside and discharge. Right, good idea. Try not to electrocute on anyone on your way out. Or just touch something metal. Oh, yeah, pal! What's gotten into that girl? Detective Gumshoe. Morning, Mr. Edgeworth? Good morning. How'd it go, Detective? Have no fear. As promised, I've captured our runaway caretaker. I just brought him in. Took all night, pal. Thanks, Detective Gumshoe. You must be tired. Actually, after that shock I got on the way in, I feel pretty good. Yogi says he's forgotten his own name. That has to be a lie. Why would he want revenge on Edgeworth if he couldn't remember his past? He does remember, and I'm going to prove it. Yeah, Von Karma's been doing his best to protect Yanni from the very beginning.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miles Edgeworth.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
And the prosecution is ready. Right. Very well. We've reached the final day of our proceedings in this trial. I ask that the prosecution submit decisive evidence. Understood.
Come on, don't be awed into silence by every little thing he says.
Very well, Mr. Von Karma. Your opening statement.
Right. Thanks to Detective Gumshoe's efforts, the boat rental shop caretaker has been arrested. In yesterday's trial, the defense asserted that the caretaker was the murderer. However, the caretaker has yet to confirm this. I would like to ask the defense to cross-examine him as much as necessary.
Very well. Please bring the witness into the courtroom.
Oh, he's putting on...
Ladies and gentlemen of the court, I believe you all remember our witness. He lives in the boat rental shop on the lake from where he witnessed the incident. In addition, he has currently lost memory of his name and identity. Witness, why did you run away yesterday? Objection. The witness was not running away, as he will now testify. I see. Very well. Please begin your testimony.
Oh. I'm really sorry about leaving yesterday like I did. But I wasn't running away or nothing. I went to buy some food for Polly, see? I figured I got nothing to do with this incident anyhow. I mean, I need one of those motive things, right? And I don't got one. So my testimony yesterday stands as is.
Very well. Let's begin the cross-examination, shall we?
Has to know his name. Yanni Yogi. You're Yanni Yogi, and I'm gonna prove it. Start pressing. I'd call what you did running away, and not just leaving. You heard Larry's testimony, and realized you were in danger.
Objection. Now, Mr. Wright, there's no need to rush to conclusions. As I said, the witness was not running away. Listen to the testimony.
He sure seems relaxed. In fact, they both do. On Karma and Yanni Yogi. But I wasn't running away or nothing. Then why did you leave?
He's just about to say why. Is it so hard for you to just quietly listen when someone is talking?
If I sat quietly, Edgeworth would be guilty in 3 minutes. I went to buy some food or Polly, see? Oh, shit. Food? Well, Polly is a bit of a gourmand, you see. She only eats these high-quality bird pellets from France. They only have them in the big pet shop downtown. But you weren't arrested until this morning. Why didn't you go back to the caretaker's shack? Well, I kinda got lost, you see?
The witness has trouble remembering things sometimes. When the police apprehended him, he was on his way back to the shack.
Yeah, right. Nice try, Von Karma. No one's gonna believe that.
I see. So he was lost.
Oh, please, Your Honor, come to your senses. I figured I got nothing to do with this incident. You're a witness. You've lost much of your memory, is that correct? Yep, seems like it. Then how could you know that you didn't have anything to do with this incident? Or maybe you're lying about not having your memory, You know exactly who you are.
The witness has testified quite clearly that he has no memory of who he is. If you claim he's lying, then show the court proof.
How am I supposed to prove what's going on in that old codger's head? Impossible.
I'm glad you've come to your senses, Mr. Wright. Very well. Witness, please continue.
I knew one's motive things, right? How can you say you had no motive? I say you do. You had a grudge against Edgeworth and the victim, Robert Hammond. That's why you took revenge on them, right?
Please don't make me repeat myself, Mr. Wright. This witness has no memory of anything gone several years ago. He can't hold a grudge. It's impossible.
I have to prove he's lying about his memory. Otherwise it's going to be the same thing over and over until the trial ends.
Might I say something, Mr. Wright?
Yes, Your Honor?
You've been saying the same thing now over and over. You've been calling the witness's memory of the past or lack thereof into question. But does this really have anything to do with the current case?
Of course, Your Honor. The witness has said he has nothing to do with this case and no motive. Both of these statements are lies.
Order, order. Mr. Wright, there is a serious problem with your claim. Or are you saying you know who this witness is?
Of course, Your Honor.
Ho ho. Now this is interesting. I would like to know myself. So, who is he?
Don't play dumb, Von Karma.
Mr. Wright, please tell us this witness's name.
His name is Robert Hammond. No, it's actually Gregory Edgeworth. No, it's Yanni Yogi. His name is Yanni Yogi, a former court bailiff.
Yogi? That name seems familiar. Oh, Yanni Yogi? From the DL6 incident.
Thought the judge would have heard of it.
But what does this mean?
Your Honor, if this man is Mr. Yogi, then he has a clear motive.
Jumping to conclusions again, Mr. Wright. This man, this witness, is Yanni Yogi. Fascinating. However, how do you propose to prove this to the court? This is a court of law, as you may recall. You need proof. And allow me to repeat once more that the witness has lost his memory.
This is it. I have to do this now. I can't prove he's Yogi right here, right now. and I've got nowhere else to go.
Nick, how are you gonna prove it? How can you prove that he's Yanni Yogi?
It's okay. It's actually quite simple. Your Honor, please take this man's fingerprints. Then we'll compare them to the fingerprints on file for Yanni Yogi 15 years ago.
I see. That makes sense.
He doesn't have fingerprints!
I'm so very, very sorry, Mr. Wright.
Why?
The witness has no fingerprints.
God damn it. What? No fingerprints? Show me them hands. You see, before I worked as a caretaker, I worked at a chemical plant. I burned my fingers working with the stuff.
Yep.
What? Yogi, you sneak! You burnt your fingerprints off to hide your past.
Well, if the witness has no fingerprints, I guess we will not be able to prove his identity.
Taking that at face value real quick. Oh.
Well, what will you do, Mr. Wright? It seems that the case has been decided, no?
No. I know what happened. I know everything. I can't prove it. No, I can't. I just can't let it end like this. I can't lose. There has to be another way.
There is no one here who can testify as to who this witness is. No one.
Nick, what are we gonna do? Didn't even consider that he might have erased fingerprints. Do.
Well, Mr. Wright, perhaps you'd like to cross-examine the parrot for a little comic relief,
Yeah, very funny. You're a sore winner, Von Karma. Wait a second. Cross-examine the parrot. What is it, Nick? No. You're not going to... Your Honor? The defense would like to take Mr. Von Karma up on his proposal.
Take Mr. Von Karma up?
On his proposal? Exactly, Your Honor. I would like to cross-examine the witness's pet parrot.
Order!
Order!
Well, what do you think, Mr. Von Karma?
Need you even ask? This is a farce. I object. Wait a second. You were the one who suggested I cross-examine the parrot, Von Karma. I have a right to do as you suggested. Well, if you're so desperate, then please be my guest.
Of course, should you go through with this, and nothing comes of it, then I hope you're ready for the consequences.
I mean, it wouldn't be the dumbest thing that's been done in a courtroom. Nick, this is crazy.
Well, still want to go through with your little game.
Let the parrot take the stand. Wow. Words I didn't think I would ever say. I will cross-examine her, Your Honor.
This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Von Karma's rigged every person's testimony, every piece of evidence. Except the parrot. She's my last chance. My wild card. He couldn't predict her. At least I think so.
Bailiff, bring in the parrot.
Oh boy.
That's quite a bird. Please tell us your name? Name! The witness is ignoring me.
Must hurt to be ignored by a bird.
Ahem. Very well, witness. Who is your owner? Please, testify for us.
Hello.
Certainly the most concise testimony we've had so far. Very well, begin your cross-examination.
Right. What gonna do, Nick? I don't know. What do we do, Maya? Hey, Polly? Hello.
Hold it!
What do you mean by hello? Witness, you can't just say hello and expect us to get anywhere. I want you to testify. Why, you talk to her. Right. What do I say? We've forgotten something. Polly, have we forgotten something? Don't forget DL6. If I can get Polly to say that here, that'll prove that the caretaker had something to do with DL6. Polly, have we forgotten something? Hello. That's not what you're supposed to say. God, for something we forgot. Hello. Oh, it's not working, Nick. She won't say it. This is ridiculous. Why would she say it?
Something the matter, Mr. Wright?
Wait. Don't tell me Von Karma expected this. He couldn't have retrained the parrot, could he? Did he retrain her not to respond when we asked if we'd forgotten anything? Why would he consider that a possibility? Well, guess we should try to get some information out of her. We need to show the judge that her owner is Mr. Yogi. I mean...
Objection!
Bird, your name is Polly, correct? Oh shit. I know I just burned one of my goes, but... Okay, Witness, you're here to speak. You must speak to me.
Frankly, I can't believe you're speaking to a parrot.
Well, guess we should try to get some information from you. Yeah. Also, Von Karma, dude, it's what you do with birds. You talk to them. They're social. They love to repeat you. Okay, so... let's see, what's the safe number? Maybe I'll get her to say the number of that safe. Huh? The safe? Why? Let's just try to get her to say anything, okay? Polly, what was the number of the safe in the shack? 1228, 1228.
My, what a reckless parrot. Well, Mr. Wright, you aren't claiming that this number has something to do with the caretaker.
Actually, it does. That's why I had her say it.
Ridiculous. How can the number to a safe tell us who the caretaker is? Show us your proof. What could possibly link this number to the caretaker's true identity?
Shit. Oh, I didn't know that. After his arrest, fiancée Polly Jenkins commits suicide.
Take that!
The DL6 case file. What is this obsession you have with that case? Mr. Wright, where in the file is something relating to that safe number?
Which section was that? Just let me rifle through it. Suspected. It's on the suspect data page.
Mr. Wright, this file is from a case 15 years ago. I don't see anything about a safe in here at all.
I believe this is another one of Mr. Wright's bluffs.
Very well, witness. Continue testimony.
What? No! Wait, was it a date? Shit. Okay, I think I got hung up on the Polly. Okay. I got this. Safe number. Yeah, actually it does, because 12/28, so December 28th.
Take that!
12/1/2/2/8, 2001. Case summary. It's on the case summary page.
The case summary?
Specifically, the date on which the DL6 incident occurred.
The date of the incident? December 28th. Why, that's today's date, 15 years ago.
And the number on that safe is 1228.
Ah,
He used the date of the DL6 incident as the number for his safe, Your Honor. I mean, that's just conjecture. That could be, he could just like Christmas Eve. That wouldn't hold up. That's how important that date was to him.
I see. It certainly is an interesting coincidence. People often do set their secret numbers to dates. Objection. Ah, this is not tangible proof. I set my ATM's card to 001, or 0001, because I'm number 1.
I don't think you should be saying that out loud, dude. Yeah, Maya, quick, pickpocket him when he's not paying attention.
This has nothing to do with the date. Nothing. Indeed. Alone, it is a little weak for evidence in a murder trial. We would need some other corroborating evidence.
We're not gonna find that. Nick, we're getting closer. One more. Get just one more piece of evidence. Right, but what?
Very well, witness. You may continue.
Okay. Yeah. Witness? What's your name? Maybe I should get her to say her name. Polly, what's your name? Polly? Right.
Mr. Wright, I think we've established that this parrot is named Polly. Does this have anything to do with her owner's identity?
Yes, it does.
Ha! Fascinating. You claim that the parrot's name will prove her owner's identity? Then show us this proof.
Nick, don't you think you're taking the bluffing a little too far? No, listen, I found the evidence, but it wasn't the right evidence last time. Now it is. We're not here to answer a question of who is the caretaker. We're here to prove that he is Yanni Yogi. All we have to do is tie the name Polly to Yogi. Your Honor, the proof is that the parrot's name reveals the caretaker's identity is the case file, and this time, it is the subject data.
The DL6 case file? Objection. That's quite a large file you have there. Which page is this proof on, then? Show us, or stop wasting our time. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please show us the page. Where in this file is the information connected to the parrot's name?
It's on the suspect data page. This page has all the information about Yanni Yogi. Right after he was arrested, his fiancée committed suicide, see?
Indeed. It does say that, yes.
What was his fiancée's name?
Polly Jenkins.
Polly? Exactly, Your Honor. He remembered the name of his fiancée who committed suicide. That's why he named his parrot after her.
I see. I guess that is possible. Objection.
Bah,
A mere coincidence, that's all. My granddaughter has a dog she named Phoenix.
Really?
Well, Mr. Phoenix Wright, does this make you my granddaughter's fiancé?
She's only 7 years old.
Oh, she's only 7 years old. That's enough. I think we've reached a conclusion here. This is a mere coincidence, that's all.
I mean, he's not wrong. In a real court of law, this is just a fucking sham.
True, that is a possibility. However, two coincidences at the same time seem more like a pattern to me. What are you saying? Summon the caretaker of the boat shop. Immediately. Witness, tell us your name. Objection. Wait! This witness, he doesn't remember.
No, it's okay. Oh, damn, dude. I've accomplished what I wanted to do. I'm done. Nick, he looks totally different. This is the real Yogi, I think. Finally. He's been acting feeble to hide his true identity. Acting for 15 years.
Well, let me ask you again. Please, state your name for the court.
My name is Yanni Yogi. 15 years ago, I served as a bailiff in this very court.
Order, order. Yanni Yogi. So, was it you who killed Robert Hammond and tried to frame Miles Edgeworth for his death?
Yes, it was me. I did it. They put me on the witness stand 15 years ago. Robert Hammond. He said I was mentally unsound. He told me it would make me innocent, get me off the hook. So, I pretended to have brain damage. I was innocent, really, but he didn't believe me. We won the trial, but I lost everything. I lost my job, my fiancé, my social standing. Then, this year, 15 years later, a package arrived. It was a letter and a pistol. The plan was written out in careful detail. It was a plan for me to take my revenge on the people who ruined my life. I didn't care who had sent it. I thought this was my chance after 15 years. This was it. Finally, a chance to have my revenge on Robert Hammond and Miles Edgeworth. Miles was a kid. Like, you panicked, dude. He was just trying to protect his dad. I have no regrets.
Wait a moment. Revenge against Miles Edgeworth? What do you mean?
I'm not at liberty to speak on that matter. Why don't you ask Mr. Edgeworth yourself? Anyway, I admit it. I was the one who killed Robert Hammond.
Von Karma, where is Mr. Yogi?
Under arrest, Your Honor. I saw no room for error in his confession.
Then the defendant, Miles Edgeworth, is
innocent, in this case at least.
Very well. Will the defendant please take the stand? Now I know I declared you guilty already, but I guess I have to take it back. There are a few mysteries left unsolved. Still, you are cleared of suspicion for this particular case. So I would like to pass judgment on the murder of Mr. Robert Hammond. Any objections?
I don't believe it. Why isn't Von Karma saying anything?
Very well. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Miles Edgeworth.
Well, the next trial can't be for DL6 because it literally runs out today. This is the last day for it, and unless they have. Did someone just say objection? Wasn't Von Karma? Wait, but that means no. Edgeworth! Your Honor, I object to your judgment. What do you mean? I'm not innocent at all. As we have heard, Yanni Yogi killed Robert Hammond in revenge. But revenge for what? Nick! Edgeworth is trying to confess! He's gonna say he's guilty! He's gonna tell them he was the murderer in the DL6 incident. He's gonna tell them he killed his own dad. Uh-oh, what do I do? No. I'm sure Edgeworth thought about this one long and hard. This isn't my place to interfere. Nick, are you sure? There's nothing we can do. This is his problem now. Fuck, the bullet, you're right. Shit. Okay. I'm gonna see this through, but I've had a reoccurring dream. A nightmare. It's only a nightmare. That's what I told myself. But now I know. It wasn't a dream.
Yanni Yogi wasn't the killer. You mean in the incident where your father died? From the distance of the shot, it wasn't suicide either. Everything was as clear as day. The murderer, the criminal in the DL6 incident, it was me. Your Honor, I confess my guilt. I am guilty for DL6, the statute of limitations of which ends today. The culprit is me. That's nice, but that's not the case that we're, doing today. Order, order. And this is certainly unexpected. The defendant, declared innocent, is confessing to a different crime. A crime for which the statute of limitations runs out today. I'm not really sure how I should deal with this. Bah. It's obvious. We hold a trial, right here, right now. We try this man for his crime of 15 years ago. Dude. I think I would like to take a 5-minute recess. During this time, I will consider the appropriate course of action to take. Orders adjourned. Okay. So it's not just immediate game over. Oh, okay. So, yeah, I was gonna say, you know, unless the next trial is literally right after this one, then there's no way they can, that they can do the DL6 one, but, I've just wasted all your effort.
Mr. Edgeworth, I just don't believe it, pal. I mean, you kill your dad?
I didn't want to believe it myself, Detective, but it's the truth. I deserve to be punished. I've been bad. So wicked. Murder is murder, no matter what the circumstances.
This is crazy. Just crazy. Nick, what are you doing?
Huh? Oh. I was just reading through the court record once more. I'm getting my case ready.
Your case? For what?
Huh? Isn't obvious? I'm gonna prove Miles Edgeworth is innocent.
What are you talking about, pal? He just admitted to it. He confessed that he did it. In court.
I'm sorry, Edgeworth, but I don't believe your nightmare. What? It's just a dream. It's not real. The truth is right here in this court record. In any case, tighten your belts. The real fight is just beginning. I'll prove you're innocent. Trust me. Right. December 28th, 2:30 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Then I would like to resume our trial. Judge, Miles Edgeworth has admitted his own crime, his own guilt. He has confessed his crime. Let us begin by hearing his testimony. Then, though pointless, let the defense do their cross-examining. The statute of limitations on the DL6 incident runs out today. Though it's unconventional for me, I'd like to run this one by the book. I see. Does the defense have any objections? Von Karma knew this would happen. Like, that's why he stole all the information he could. No, Your Honor. Von Karma. You knew this was going to happen from the very beginning, didn't you? Very well. And that's why he played it so casually with Yanni, because he didn't intend to win that one. Will Miles Edgeworth take the stand? Will the witness state his name and profession? Miles Edgeworth. I am a prosecuting attorney. Mr. Edgeworth, 15 years ago, you mistakenly killed your father, Gregory Edgeworth. Is this correct? It is correct. Then testify about this matter to the court. When Edgeworth was telling me about his dream yesterday, I noticed something. One detail didn't quite fit. That'll be the key. Only if I can get it to work. Please, please. Alright, what do we got? That day, I had gone to the courtroom to observe one of my father's trials. As we went to leave, an earthquake struck, trapping us in the elevator.
my father and Mr. Yogi lost their composure and began to argue. Just then, something heavy fell at my feet. I picked it up and threw it at Mr. Yogi. I wanted them to stop fighting. A moment later, there was a single gunshot, then a scream. It was a terrible scream. I remember it to this day. That's all.
And until now, you thought this memory was a dream?
We were stuck in that elevator for 5 hours. The oxygen in the elevator ran out, and I lost my memory of the events.
Bah! The same claim Mr. Yogi has made. Very well. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor. What was the trial your father was involved in on that day? I don't remember things very clearly. Only 2 things. I know my father lost, and Mr. Von Karma was the prosecuting attorney.
Mr. Von Karma, you were handling that case.
It was 15 years ago. I don't remember the details. That was when Edgeworth pointed out the problem in Von Karma's evidence. Earthquakes. So, there were 3 people, including yourself, trapped in that elevator. Yes, myself, my father, and Yanni Yogi. We were fine at first, but then, as time passed and no one came to help, my father and Mr. Yogi lost their composure and began to argue. What did you do then? I was a 9-year-old boy at the time. What could I do? I was scared, trembling in the corner. But then... Just then, something heavy fell at my feet. What was it? A pistol. I assume it was the bailiff, Yanni Yogi's. The safety must have come off when it fell from his holster.
And you picked it up. What happened next?
Did you know it was a pistol when you threw it? I think I knew. I knew it was dangerous. But the air was getting so thick. I panicked.
So, you're saying that you threw the pistol at Mr. Yogi?
I was in a daze. A moment later, there was a single gunshot, then a scream. The gun fired once. Yes. I think, after I threw it, I lost consciousness. Since then, they've echoed in my head every day. That gunshot and that horrible scream. That scream. It was a terrible scream. I remember it to this day. Can we get Yanni to scream in the courtroom for a second? To this day? Yes. I can practically hear it now. I doubt I will ever forget that scream as long as I live. There it is. One part of that testimony clearly contradicts the evidence. I don't know what it means. Better find out and quick. Okay. So, the scream. A single gunshot, then a scream. So, Gregory couldn't have screamed because he was shot in the heart. You know, taken from Gregory Edgeworth's heart. Like, he was dead instantly. Let me just... The murder weapon was fired twice. Are you sure you only heard one gunshot? Yes, I'm sure of that. I heard the shot and the scream. Then everything faded. I was unconscious until the rescuers came.
I see.
But that doesn't make sense. Look at this file one more time. This plainly contradicts the witness's testimony.
Objection.
You do enjoy dragging out that file, don't you?
I don't accept this evidence, unless you can tell us what page it's on. Which page contradicts the victim data? Well, I'm pretty sure it was victim data. Let me make sure just in case. Because, yeah, victim data. Look at the victim data in this file. It says it quite plainly. The murder weapon was fired twice. Miles Edgeworth only heard one gunshot, yet the murderer weapon was fired twice. The first shot was the accidental firing when the pistol was thrown. So, who fired the remaining shot? Was there perhaps another shooter who fired that second shot? Objection. Your Honor, as I'm sure you're aware, this incident occurred 15 years ago. The evidence is dated. The pistol did fire twice, however we do not know when that second shot was fired. It might have been fired the day before the incident. There was no proof that the second shot had anything to do with this incident. Objection. Yeah, all I can hear when he says objection is like, the guy from, fuck, what's that show? The lead singer of Death Clock. I see. You do have a point, Mr. Wright. The murder weapon was fired twice, as we have heard. One of those shots was fired by the defendant, a boy at the time. Do you have any proof that the other shot fired had something to do with the case? Yeah. Yeah, Metalocalypse, that was it. What? Impossible. Now, Mr. Von Karma. Save your surprise for after you've seen the evidence. Very well, Mr. Wright. Show us your proof. Do you have evidence that the second firing of the pistol is related to this incident? I have a bullet. Check it. Mr. Wright, please think how we feel having to look at this evidence time and time again. You should... Oh, did I got it wrong? Oh, sorry. I don't really mean any harm by Your Honor. I'm not doing any harm with two different things, Mr. Wright. Try again. I got ahead of myself, as I do. Do you have any evidence that the second firing of the pistol is related to this incident? Okay, just... Okay, let me check the file. Okay. The shot and then... Okay, yep.
Take that!
Look at this photograph. This is a photograph of the scene of the crime, 15 years ago. I can see that the victim lying there is Gregory Edgeworth. This proves that the murder weapon was fired twice at the time of the incident. This photo proves it. So let me get this straight. This photo proves 2 shots were fired? Where? Get some glasses, dude. Your Honor, please, get a clue. Show the judge in the contradiction. Yeah. There we go.
Take that!
As it should be obvious, the contradiction is here. You see, a bullet hole in the door. Your Honor, Gregory Edgeworth was killed by a shot from the pistol, yet there is also a bullet hole in the elevator door. We also know that the murder weapon was fired twice. Thus, someone other than Edgeworth fired that second shot. Order. Mr. Wright, what are you driving at? It's simple, Your Honor. At the time of the incident, 2 shots were fired. One went into Gregory Edgeworth's heart, the other hit the elevator door. Remember that the defendant lost consciousness after the shot he fired rang out. In conclusion, we must agree that the second shot was fired by someone else. Mr. Wright, But who could that someone else be? The murderer, of course. Objection. I knew I should have stepped in before your wild fantasies got out of hand. Mr. Wright, look once more at the DL6 incident case file. Look closely. Try the case summary page.
Case summary. It's on page 1. Look what is written there.
Not a single clue was found on the scene. If the pistol had indeed been fired 2 times, then the other bullet would have been discovered on the scene. He does have a point. That second bullet has never been found. Why? Because the second bullet does not exist. The bullet that claimed Gregory Edgeworth's life was the one fired by his own son. That is the truth of this matter. The whole truth. It was undoubtedly something else that made that bullet hole in the door.
Oh yes, a lot of things can just make bullet holes.
Order. I will have order. Mr. Wright has proven one thing to us quite clearly. That the murder weapon was fired twice at the time of the incident. However, as Mr. Von Karma says, the second bullet fired was not found. It is highly unlikely that the police merely overlooked the second bullet.
So what if it was lifted from the scene of the crime?
So all we have is the single bullet fired. I'm afraid I have to discount the defense's claim. I praise the judge for his wisdom in this matter.
Ugh, how did this happen? I don't believe that the second bullet didn't exist. Was I wrong? Have I been wrong about this whole incident? What are you doing, Nick? Why aren't you raising an objection? Sorry, Maya. What? It looks like I was wrong. Nick! If the second bullet wasn't there, then all of my conjectures are for nothing. No. But you said you'd do it, Nick. You said you'd get Edgeworth declared innocent. Sorry. It's just, when I saw the photograph, I thought that 2 shots had been fired. I was so certain of it. I thought I'd won. I thought there was another person, someone else who fired the killing shot. But now, it's wrong to think it could be that simple. This case has stood unsolved for 15 years. Nick.
Well, it seems we have finally cleared up this incident. Only 1 bullet was found at the scene of the crime. That shot was fired by Miles Edgeworth.
Just pretend I'm playing that one scene from The Wire where they're just saying fuck and fuck over again, trying to find the bullet trajectory.
Precisely. I would like to ask one thing of Miles Edgeworth before passing my verdict. Have you been paying attention to the trial so far?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any objections?
No.
No, I do not. So you killed your father, though that was not your intention.
Then it's manslaughter. Yes, I did. Oh no. He's confessing.
Very well. The statute of limitations on the murder of Gregory runs out today. Therefore, I must pronounce a verdict on the defendant today, right here.
Right now!
Indeed. Does anyone have any objections?
Been here before. It's just like my first day in court. There's so many things I know I should be saying, but my mind's gone blank. I can't find the words.
Mr. Wright?
Your Honor! I object.
Mr. Wright, on what grounds do you object,
Nick? I don't know. His case is perfect. No. Ah! It must exist. Second bullet. What? What did you just say? Nothing. Second bullet must exist. But where? Someone took it. Von Karma took it from the scene of the crime.
It seems waiting is not going to produce any answers from Mr. Wright.
Wait, Your Honor. The second bullet. It exists.
What? But we've just heard proof that it did not exist.
I realize that, Your Honor. I'm I'm really grasping here. It's just... someone took it from the scene of the crime. That's what happened.
But who?
The murderer.
Objection. The murderer? Then tell us, who is this murderer?
I'm still thinking about that one. Is Yanni... okay. Somehow Von Karma shot them from outside.
So the criminal took the second bullet. Why would he? Huh? First of all, how would he have found it? It's not easy to find a stray bullet, Mr. Wright. Was there some pressing need for the murderer to search for that bullet?
Of course there was a need. That's why he took it.
Bah, what possible reason could he have had?
Well, the reason the murderer took the bullet away from the scene with him was... the murderer was cautious.
Both of them are true.
Just gonna... well, the murderer was a very cautious sort, you see. That's why the murderer had to search for that bullet.
Objection. If that was the case, then he would have taken the bullet from inside Gregory as well.
Huh? Why would he only take one of the two shots fired? Oh, right.
Mr. Wright, have you really thought this through? I'm gonna have to penalize you. You get 2 more chances. Was there some pressing need for the murderer to search for that bullet?
Yes, okay. It would have been proof. Or maybe he thought that the bullet would be used as proof.
Proof?
It was a special bullet, so he took it with him.
Objection. If that was the case, then he would have taken the bullet from inside Gregory as well.
Huh? Why would he only take one of the 2 shots fired? Oh, right. Really? Shit. The murderer didn't? Why would the murderer have spent the time to look for that stray bullet? He got a clue.
What's wrong, Mr. Wright?
Bah.
The murderer had no reason to take that bullet. You don't want to admit it, but it's true.
Take it. I had to take it. The murderer? What does that mean? Thinking too normal. Think crazy. I am thinking crazy. Don't think why the bullet was taken. Think why the bullet had to be taken.
Mr. Wright?
Yes, Your Honor. I have no idea what I'm doing. Well, the murderers had no intention of taking the bullet from the scene. But, the murderer had to take the bullet.
Had to, Mr. Wright? What do you mean?
Well, for instance... Since what? Maybe the bullet, hit the murderer.
The bullet hit the murderer?
Just saying, for instance. I mean, if it hit you, you would have had to take it with you, wouldn't you? It's not like you could perform surgery right there. You know? Hey, Von Karma, can we see your arms? Just for a sec. Wait a sec. I was just talking off the top of my head, but what if that's really happened?
Let me get this straight. So at the time of the murderer himself was shot. And he left with the second bullet still inside? Thus leaving only one bullet at the scene of the crime.
Yes, I guess that's how it would work. Yes.
But there's a problem with that. The other 2 people rescued from that elevator, Miles Edgeworth and Yanni Yogi, were both unharmed. So that would mean...
The murderer came from outside, yes. The 2 men fight inside the elevator. Trying to stop them, the boy picks up the pistol at his feet and throws it. The pistol discharges, then the bullet goes through the elevator door and hits the murderer outside. The boy loses consciousness. Then, the murderer opens the elevator door and sees the men inside.
Mr. Wright. You are truly the most unpredictable defense attorney I've ever known. I can tell you what you're grasping, yet I cannot deny the possibility of what you said. Objection. What are you saying? Deny it! Deny it! No one involved with the incident was wounded. There was no murderer.
No one was wounded at the time of the incident. He's right. I can't think of anyone.
Hey, Nick.
Huh? I just thought of something really crazy. Crazy. Remember what Mr. Grossberg said yesterday? Gregory Wright dealt a blow to his perfect trial record. Wow. It must have been quite a shock for Von Karma.
He took a vacation for several months after that, you see? Yes, an unusual event for the man. That was the first and the last vacation he's taken in his many years of prosecuting.
Oh my god. What if Von Karma didn't take that vacation because of shock, but took it because he was injured? Which would mean... it could only mean one thing. He was the murderer in the DL6 incident. He was the man who shot Gregory Edgeworth. It was Von Karma! Oh man.
Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You seem dazed.
Stop doing the wrong right thing. Ugh. The right rights bugged me, but the wrong rights too. No, Your Honor.
Well, you have indicated the possibility that the murderer came from outside. Can you give us the name of your suspect?
Uh-oh. Should I come out and say it now? Save it for a better time. Save it now. Don't have anything that I can just pin on him. Like, let's see. Like, he took the evidence. The only thing we were able to recover was the bullet. Wait, I don't have enough proof yet. This is my trump card. Better save it for the right time.
Mr. Wright, something the matter?
I'm fine, Your Honor.
Shall we carry on with the trial then? That said, we have no further to go. All that is left is the finish. In other words, the verdict.
What? Not yet?
Think, Mr. Wright. You have said that someone from the outside was the murderer. Yet you cannot suggest anyone as a possible suspect, which means your conjecture is worthless, and will be rejected, of course.
Nick, now's no time to be holding on to that trump card. The trial's almost over. Alright, I may not know what I'm doing, but here goes. Your Honor, there is a suspect. One lone suspect.
Well, this is certainly interesting news. Very well, Mr. Wright. Who is your suspect?
Oh, my hands are shaking.
What?
Von Karma.
Von Karma? You mean the Von Karma? The prosecutor? Sitting right there.
Bah.
You don't object? I see no need. Why honor this ridiculous outburst with my objection?
Because you took a vacation for several months starting the day after the incident, yet you pride yourself on a perfect record. Why would you take such a long vacation without any reason?
So you're claiming that I took a vacation to heal my injury from the incident? Fascinating. Prove it.
I would have needed surgery, no?
Where did I go under the knife at, Mr. Wright?
Bring the doctor that operated on me. Have him testify.
Uh-oh.
Nick, let's find out who his doctor is. It's no use. Edgeworth? I know Von Karma, perhaps too well. He's perfect. He wouldn't leave clues. He probably didn't undergo surgery. That would leave a doctor as a witness. But he's that perfect. So what, Nick? Did Von Karma pull the bullet out by himself? It's insane. No, he couldn't have. He can't just pull bullets out of yourself. Phoenix, I'm gonna have to prove you wrong there. There's a lot of field surgeons who have had to do that. Oh my fucking god, Fuzzles. Does he still have the bullet in him? Dude! You don't leave bullets in you for 15 years! Alright, Valkarm, I'll prove it. I'll even use evidence. I know how you like it so much. You know, that evidence that for some reason I still have. Oh my god. Von Karma is perfect. He wouldn't risk surgery, leaving an evidence trail. So then, I ask, where is that bullet now? I think it unlikely that Von Karma performed surgery on himself. No, he's lived every day in agony because he left the bullet inside him.
You don't mean...
I do. There is the possibility that the bullet is still inside Von Karma. Oh my fucking god.
Is that even possible for all these years?
Well, there's one way to find out. Just reaches into his back pocket, pulls out the metal detector. We could use this metal detector. Well, Von Karma?
Judge is like, Phoenix, why do you have that?
I'm gonna run this over you and see what we find.
I refuse. You refuse? But refusing this means you acknowledge that the bullet is still inside you.
Ah, shit.
Order, order, order.
Your Honor, the defense requests that we be allowed to use the metal detector.
Objection. Judge, I call for a suspension of this trial. This is an invasion of privacy.
The statute of limitations runs out on this case today. It was you who said that we had to end it right here, right now.
Enough. I permit the use of the metal detector. Mr. Von Karma, you will submit yourself to testing.
Nick, what does this mean? I don't know, but we have to give it a shot. I mean, shit, if he didn't do surgery, then he'd still have a horrible scar. It reacted. Something's in his right shoulder. The bullet. I mean, shit, like, Mr. Von Karma? You. It was you.
I was afraid this would happen, and so I remained silent. Indeed, there is a bullet in my shoulder. However, it has nothing to do with this incident.
What?
I was shot in the shoulder long before the DL6 incident. I claim that the bullet in my shoulder has no relation to DL6.
Dude?
But Mr. Von Karma, can you prove that?
Prove?
I have no obligation to prove anything.
It is you who must prove something here, Mr. Wright, not I.
Mr. Wright, well, can you prove it? Can you prove that the bullet in Von Karma's shoulder was from DL6? Of course he can't. You don't have any of the DL6 evidence.
That's because you took it out of this records room yesterday.
With no proof, you cannot convict me of any crime. So sorry, Mr. Wright.
No, I'm the one who's sorry, Mr. Von Karma.
What?
You were close. One day away from freedom. You see, I have proof.
What?
Who would have thought that you would have dug your own grave trying to convict Edgeworth? I can link that bullet in your shoulder to the DL6 incident. And here's my final proof.
That's a bullet?
Where did you get that? This is the bullet used in the DL6 incident. This was taken from the heart of the victim, Mr. Gregory Edgeworth. The bullet is preserved quite nicely, with all the ballistic markings intact. Ballistic markings. You may recall the term. It came up in the first trial 2 days ago.
Ballistic markings are the fingerprints of a weapon. All bullets fired from a gun are marked with that weapon's unique pattern. By examining the markings, you can tell which weapon fired the bullet. It's quite accurate.
We have 2 bullets in our possession. One, the bullet removed from Gregory Edgeworth's heart. The other, Mr. Von Karma, is the bullet buried in your shoulder. We could analyze both bullets. Then, if the markings matched, we would know that both bullets had been fired from the same gun, the very same pistol, in other words, the murder weapon that killed Gregory Edgeworth. Mr. Von Karma, you will let us remove the bullet from your shoulder. Then we'll compare the ballistic markings to those on this bullet. And solve this case once and for all. Dude? You're gonna have to perform some really quick surgery for that. Well, Mr. Von Karma? Ah! Oh. He's kind of losing it. That scream. I've heard that scream before. Wait. I know. Help! I can't breathe! Quiet. I said quiet. You're not making this any easier. Stop breathing my air. I'll stop you. Stop breathing my air! Get away. Get away from my father! Bang. Ah! Ah! It's that scream I heard in the elevator. 15 years ago. Von Karma! It was you who screamed!
Mr. Von Karma? Edgeworth! Edgeworth! Only you would dare defy me!
So, it was you.
You and your father are my curse!
Damn, dude.
Your father shamed me with a penalty on my record. And you left a scar on my shoulder that would never fade. I'll bury you! I'll bury you with my bare hands! Death! Death!
15 years.
Mr. Chief Prosecutor, I am sorry.
Von Karma, it's not like you to make this kind of error. I never would have thought that Edgeworth would be the one to catch you.
I was careless.
I'm sorry, but you will have to be penalized. I've covered for you in the past, but not this time.
Edgeworth. It was a shock like none I had ever known. Me, penalized. It took hours for me to regain my composure. Suddenly I found myself in the darkness. I was in the court records room. I must have wandered in there without thinking where I was going. The roof was pitch black. The lights must have gone out. I went out in the hall and felt my way to the elevator. Pressed the button and nothing happened. Then, there was a noise. I was in pain. A horrible burning pain in my shoulder. Just then, the lights came back on. The elevator door opened before my eyes. I saw 3 people inside, all lying unconscious from oxygen deprivation. Much to my surprise, a pistol lay at my feet. I knew then it was destiny.
Left-handed, huh?
In his last moments, Gregory Edgeworth was still unconscious. He died, never knowing who had shot him. Later, he spoke through a medium, blaming Mr. Yogi. He was fooled. It was the perfect crime. Who would have thought another man would come to open that elevator door? Judge, what are you doing? Do your job. Bring an end to this miserable charade. Now, end it. Very well. It appears that we have come a very long way to the end of this maze. 15 years later, Mr. Miles Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. You were innocent. You are innocent. As you said, it was all a nightmare. Yes, Your Honor. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Miles Edgeworth, not guilty. That is all. The court is adjourned.
Oh, shit. Nick! Nick, we did it! Did you see his face? On camera looked even paler than usual. He's pretending to be all cool, but inside you crushed him, Nick. Crushed! I say, I'm impressed. It was pretty close, though. I was sure we had it. No, I was on the verge of tears the whole time myself. But now, it's all just a good memory. My dad's dead. So it's finally over, Edgeworth. Right. Yeah? I'm not sure how to say this. I know. Try thank you.
I see. Thank you, Wright.
You're welcome? I think you could have done better than that.
Sorry. I'm not good at this sort of thing.
Got a lot to learn, Edgeworth.
You dare.
Whoa! Amazing, pal! You pulled through just like I thought you would. I'll never forget this. I owe you one, pal. And tonight, let's party. Dinner's on me. Yeah, my salary went down a bit this month. But who cares? See, Mr. Edgeworth? You should take a lesson from Detective Gumshoe. That's how you say thank you.
I see.
Woo!
I feel foolish.
Don't worry. Take it a little at a time. You'll get used to it. It's been 15 years since I saw Edgeworth this unguarded. Hey, y'all. Lotta. Y'all were great in there.
Thank you.
Yo, Edgeworth, congrats.
Thank y'all very much.
I knew you were innocent from the start, of course. Just look at you. You wouldn't stick your hand in the cookie jar even if no one was there.
You were the witness on the first day of the trial, weren't you?
Yeah, well, let bygones be bygones.
Speaking of which, what are you doing now, Lotta?
Who, me? Oh, I went back to college. I gave up trying to be an investigative photographer pretty quick.
Really? That's too bad.
Huh? Isn't that the hot dog guy from the park?
Huh? It's over, Nick. My life is over.
Why the sad face, Larry? What happened now?
Oh, Nick. I'm not long for this world.
You don't look so sick.
It's Kianse. She's going to live in Paris. Paris, Nick. She's leaving me behind.
Larry. Yo, Edgy, there you are.
Yes, here I am.
Congrats, Edgy. Here, a little gift from me in celebration.
Celebration? That's unusual for you.
Harry Butts! You come along tonight too. My treat, pal.
Huh? Oh, thanks. Looking forward to it?
Yo, no, Nick. That's the suit that questioned me. When he says treat, that's not police talk for prison food, right? Right?
I think you'll be fine, Larry. Right.
Yeah, what's up?
That envelope that Larry gave me, it's got money in it.
Well, yeah, that's not strange. People give money away to celebrate sometimes. Larry, why did you give money to Edgeworth? He has money. He's got the most money out of everyone here. Larry, pay us!
It's $38, right?
Huh, what a weird amount. I mean, it's not a little, but it's not a lot either. $38 exactly? Nick! Wasn't that exactly the same amount of lunch money that was stolen from Mr. Edgeworth in school? $38? No. No! Larry, it was you?! What are you so surprised about, Wright? Huh? Larry was absent that day from school, right? That doesn't automatically rule him out as a suspect. What? Think back to that day, 15 years ago. Larry took the day off, but he was bored. He came into school anyway. Larry, what fucking kid comes into school on their day off? Then he saw the money lying there, and the rest is history. I never was good at history. Edgeworth, you didn't know, did you? I suspected. I just couldn't picture Larry protecting you like he did that day. Everyone else was saying you did it. The whole class was against you, remember? Yeah, too well. Right, you may not know this, but we used to have a saying back in school. When something smells, it's usually the butts. I know! Really, Wright? I'm surprised you didn't figure it out. Well, this is sure an unexpected turn of events. Hey, Edgeworth. You should have told me! Now, Nick, it was 15 years ago. Don't you think the statute of limitations has run out, Mr. Edgeworth? I'd say so, yes. There you have it. Where does that leave me? I became a defensive attorney because of what you two did. Well, I'd call you a goody two-shoes to the extreme. Yeah, and you get worked up too easily, too. Death! Death sentence for both of you! And if only I'd known, I'd become a prosecutor. You probably have more money at that, too. Same goes for me, only the other way around. For the longest time, I thought that I might have killed my own father. Thought I might be the criminal. I became a prosecutor in part to punish myself. If I had known the truth, I might have become a defense attorney after all. Edgeworth. Want to switch, Wright? Hey, y'all. Line up. I'll take a photo. Hey, photo time. Let's go. And after that, dinner on me. Oh my god. Detective Gumshoe took us out on the town that night. We celebrated Edgeworth's newfound freedom, although Edgeworth was still in detention. We celebrated for Edgeworth, but not with him. Yeah, I think that's the end of the thing. Whoa, went a little overboard yesterday. My head hurts. Huh? Still only 5 o'clock? Maybe I should go back to sleep. What's this? A letter? Good morning, Nick. You were really impressive yesterday. Seeing you made me think about what I'm doing here. I'm a spirit medium, in training, of course. I wanted to help Mr. Edgeworth, too. I wanted to help you, but I couldn't. It was useless. So, I've decided to go back to my training. I'll become a full-fledged spirit medium for starters. I couldn't say it to your face, so I left this letter. Goodbye, Nick. Maya! Goodbye? What time is it? The first trains for the mountains have already left? To the station! Maya! Guess I'm too late. Hey! Nick? Maya! So, you're leaving? Yeah. It's hard being a spirit medium who can't talk to spirits. And I think you'll do fine without me, Nick. Be good, okay? Objection! Wait! What? I never could have saved Edgeworth without your help. Huh? On the last day of the trial, I heard her. I heard Mia's voice. You heard my sister? Yes, only her voice, but still. It was at the very end when I thought we'd lost everything. That's my sister for you. Detective Gumshoe helped, and Mr. Grossberg, and even Larry. I'm the only one who couldn't help. I was useless, Nick. But you were the one who stopped Fun Karma, Maya. Huh? I didn't do anything. All I did was wander around in a daze. Sorry, but I have evidence that you helped. Evidence? Show Maya some evidence to cheer her up. Hey, here's a bullet.
Take that!
Bullet? Von Karma was convinced he had taken all the evidence pertaining to DL6. But you were the one who rescued the last piece of evidence we needed. This was the bullet that put an end to Von Karma, and you were the one who gave it to me. Nick. Thanks, Maya. Couldn't have done it without you. I'll be back soon. Huh? I'm going to complete my training and come back. Okay, I'll be waiting. Of course you will. You can't run that office by yourself. You're hopeless. I don't know about that. So, bye. Bye. Thanks, Nick. Got a big ol' smile on my face right now. And so my story ends. Time to turn a new page. Say goodbye to the novice defense attorney that I once was. Now a new story begins. The same old crazy cast of characters. Ha! Don't think you've graduated yet, amateur.
Mr. Wright, perhaps you'd like to rethink that claim?
Yes, Your Honor. Uh-oh. I got a bad feeling about this. That was a lot of fun. Hey, pal. Mr. Edgeworth came down to the precinct to wish me a Happy New Year. Talk about a pleasant surprise.
Woo! Detective Gumshoe!
Then he hung his head low and went right back outside. Kind of like he was embarrassed or something. Strange, huh? Oh, like, pretty much the second I saw him, I was like, that guy sounds like he has a Brooklyn accent. I cannot fight it. Huh? Nick? Nah, I haven't seen him lately. Oh, me? I've been working at a cheese shop. That Missy's a real nice lady. She's not exactly what you call a cheap date. Huh? Oh, she's in Hawaii right now. Yeah. Yeah, Larry was the only one I was never able to settle on a voice for. Like, I can't do Surfer Dude, Californian, whatever. Who? Right? Oh, I remember him. I hear he's been busy lately. You know, not to ring my own bell, but I sort of taught him everything he knows. I'm sure he's grateful. We're gonna get a round from the villains. Everyone we locked up. Phoenix Wright? Ah, the defense attorney for whom I wrote that affidavit for, yes. Oh, you should know. I've taken over management of the Gatewater Hotel recently. Should you be in the area, please stop by.
Oh, it's you. Phoenix Wright. Yes, Mia's understudy, was he not? I wonder how he's doing. I haven't seen him of late. Ah, the days of my youth. Like the scent of fresh lemon. You see?
Why do you keep quoting that? What is that from? Fuck, I'm gonna have to play a whole bunch more Phoenix Wright games. Phoenix Wright? He an actor? Well, I'm not buying it. You can't be a star with a name like Phoenix. Did you know that— oh, fuck. Old bag. I'm not even trying. I'm pleased to announce that Pink Princess is a hit. Sure owe that Mr. Wright a great deal. Oh, and I'm keeping my face out of the public till the show's over. I wouldn't want to ruin any kid's dreams, you know? I imagine he was supposed to have a big booming voice, but I would imagine him as a big guy with a tiny voice. Sounds like you caught a cold standing under a waterfall. I wanted to visit, but didn't have time, so I sent her some Pink Princess trading cards. She says she can't buy them where she is. What kind of living is she at? What place is she living at anyways? Manuel. No, Manuel. God, the staff for this is so tiny, what the hell? Right? Who's that? You want to talk? Let's talk Pink Princess, alright? But you know, I snuck into the studio the other day, and I saw her. The one inside the Pink Princess suit. Ugh, what a dog. It was kind of a shock for a boy of my tender age. What do they have doing Pink Princess then? Is it Old Bag? Yeah, I remember Wright. That lawyer guy? Huh? Me? I'm in training to become a paranormal photographer. You know that picture I took of everyone? Well, just behind them there's a ghost. For real? Now that's talent. I'm gonna be famous. Oh my god, is Lotta one of the characters in Phasmophobia? New DLC. Well, a lot of character design. Oh my god, Mia! And yeah, I know that Powers is the princess. Because he talked about that back after his... Uh-oh. Oh no! Oh no! Okay. Is this a full case, or is this just an epilogue cleanup? Because I don't think I have it in me for another full case tonight. I'm passing out as is. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to save now, and I'm going to come back tomorrow because it's really late for me, and I am fucking exhausted. So yeah, tomorrow, Rise from the Ashes, episode 5, the finale. Okay, the clocks get an extra hour, my body doesn't. Fuck. Alright. It's been fun, but come back tomorrow for the thrilling conclusion that I thought was going to be today, but apparently wasn't. Good night.